And welcome into day 2 of NFL free agency. I am Tom Downey, producer Chris Daughtry, behind the scenes, Stone Shields as well. We are live on both the Cowboys Report and on the Chat Sports YouTube channel as we will break down all the news as it happens, all the updates as they come in. We'll discuss some of the more recent signings. Before we get into that, shout out your favorite team for me in the comments section of today's show. I'll mention the team on the Chat Sports side, and then I know you guys are from Cowboys, on the Cowboys side, obviously. So shout out your favorite team for me in the comments of today's video. I see Broncos from Quinton Caldwell and Alexander Walker. Ravens from Marcelo, Jourdan's Chiefs, Nick Packers, John Falcons, Cash Money Lions, Josh Prince Lions, Game Geek Cardinals, Titans, Broncos, Lions, Patriots, Falcons, Jags, Denver, Cincinnati, Falcons, Niners, Commanders, Texans, Titans, Detroit, Seahawks, Bucks, Lions, Patriots, Titans, Cardinals, Falcons, Browns, Giants, Cowboys, Commanders, Giants, Cowboys, Broncos, Lions, Chargers, Seahawks, Dolphins, Cowboys, Chargers. And on the Cowboys Report side, I've got Zachary Reeder, Steven, Austin, Blesswell, and Rosefully, who's got Real Madrid in there. or Real Madrid, excuse me. We got a soccer option. I mean, wrong football, but fine. JSS, Daniel, Mike, King, Lee, Brandon, Tar Heel. I got Bengals, Giants, Patriots, Steelers, Patriots, Dolphins, Texans, Colts, Mets. We got baseball options in there, too. Yeah, baseball, still spring training, right? Yeah, nobody cares. Except for Jack. Jack cares. Raiders, Colts, the Bears, Ravens, Patriots, Packers, and more. Oilers in there as well. Get those comments in for your favorite team. We will run through some recent signings here. Those are one of the more notable ones and trades that have happened in the last, 16 hours since we were live last, somewhere in that ballpark. We'll run through those, Super Chat menu, and hopefully have more signings as well. All right, recent moves. Daniel Jones is a Colt, a one-year $14 million deal to compete with Anthony Richardson. I'll say this. If Anthony Richardson cannot beat out Daniel Jones in the year 2025, it's never going to work in Indy. It might not ever actually work in Indy, but that's fine, I guess. The cost is a little bit expensive, but you had to beat out the Vikings, so whatever. Quentin Bell getting a one-year, $1.5 million deal to go back to the Dolphins. Then a Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, Kenyon Green trade. Eagles getting a fifth-round pick and Kenyon Green. The Texans getting Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and a sixth-round pick on the trade. I don't really like it for Houston. Moving on from Kenyon Green, I get that. He was not good. The Eagles might fix him, but he was like one of the worst guards in football. Another strong safety nickel type when you have multiple of those guys is kind of a weird fit to me. What are they going to do with Jimmy Ward? What's their plan there? You have Jalen Petrie, who I still like, and he's been a bit up and down. And now I'm a big fan of Kalen Bullock, who's your free safety. So I don't really know what their plan is there. That was kind of weird for me. The Cowboys adding Solomon Thomas on a 2-year, up to $8 million deal. We'll spend some more time on this one since we are live on the Cowboys Report as well. Did an entire video on this. It is available on demand. That is on the channel already. I think the up to is probably carrying some extra money there. I doubt it'll actually be $8 million. That might be more like $6 million. That is your classic Cowboys bargain bin signing, depth edition. Like, he'll make the team. He'll probably be fine. But, when that's like one of your 3 moves, and the 2 are Javonte Williams and then Robert Jones, it's like, okay. Does it really move the needle at all for you? They need to do more than that. Trent, Sieg, Javonte Williams, Robert Jones, and Solomon Thomas is not a super appealing group. In a bubble, they're all fine in a bubble, but it's, what are your actual key moves? Like, just adding depth and backups is fine, but that can't be all you end up doing. Elijah Campbell back to the Dolphins. Divine Diablo earlier this morning to the Atlanta Falcons, the former Raiders linebacker, and one of the best names in all of football. 2-year, $14 million deal. Ifeatu Melifonwu going to the Dolphins, a direct response to the Dolphins, as expected, losing Javon Holland, but the Giants picking him up 3 years, $45.3 million. Back to the slide before this. I think there was one or two I didn't mention yet. One more down. Yeah, this one. Couple I want to mention here too. Javon Hargrave will be released on Wednesday. Can talk to teams, but it's not official yet. Minnesota is the expectation there for Javon Hargrave, which is a good deal for them depending on the money. Will Fries, the guard, gets paid a pretty good amount of money. 5 years, $88 million. I think that's less per year than Aaron Banks, which is like mind-blowing to me, frankly. Richie Grant, as the 49ers finally get kind of on the board there, a one-year deal. Jonathan Allen, also to the Minnesota Vikings. 3 years, $60 million. Vikings get him, don't have to trade for him either. Minnesota had a very busy morning today. Very, very actively busy morning. Jordan Mason should be a tender deal. Cornelius Lucas, backup option for the Browns. Chauncey Golston, leaving the Cowboys, going to the Giants. A 3-year, $19.5 million deal for the Giants. Landon Roberts going to the Raiders. Josh Jones and Robert Jones signing kind of back-to-back on almost the exact same deal. Lonnie Johnson to the Raiders as well. Andre Cisco goes to the Jets. I actually like that fit a lot. That's a logical fit for me in the back end for New York. Vikings had also re-signed Byron Murphy. You know, we did winners and losers last night, and the Vikings for me are now a winner. Like, I like a lot of what they've done. Good players on, I think, pretty reasonable-ish deals given what other people got. Expensive, but they're not paying anything quarterback-wise. Might even get a comp pick for Daniel Jones. It's just insane to think of. At least it'll cancel out. Najee Harris, I think, is a good fit for what the Chargers want to do on offense. It's a little bit pricey, but $9.25 million there for Najee Harris. Dan Skipper back. Chase Young, also to the Saints. It's always funny to me because every year the story goes, wow, the Saints are like $110 million over the salary cap. They're in cap hell. They're cooked. And then every offseason it's like, yeah, the Saints just signed somebody to an expensive deal that we're kind of surprised and confused by. Like every offseason. I'm actually very impressed by it. They're also continuing to kick the can down the road on Derek Carr, which might not be the best plan there. Larry Borum, James Daniels to the Dolphins. They had some offensive line help there. I refuse to acknowledge long snappers. Jake Hansen back to Houston. Joseph Asai back to the Bengals. Chris Board, James Hudson as the Giants continue to remain very active. Ashton Dulin back to the Colts. Dre Greenlaw to the Broncos. 3 years, $35 million deal. That could end up being a bit of a steal if Greenlaw is healthy. Javonte Williams to the Cowboys, 1 year, 3. Akeem Davis Gaither to the Cardinals, 2 years, 11. That's kind of back-to-back years. They've actually gone to the Bengals backup linebacker. Michael Holt is getting 2 year up to 24 to kind of be like an edge defensive tackle, outside linebacker, kind of a unique player. Mac Hollins to the Patriots. Oren Burks to the Bengals. Darius Slayton ends up getting more than what the Giants offered Saquon Barkley, so that's kind of funny to think about there. Sorry, Giants. Mike Jackson back to the Panthers. Ryan Kelly to Minnesota as well. Malik Harrison to the Steelers on a 2 year, $10 million deal. Thayer Tart back to the Chargers to be a nose guard option. Tershawn Wharton, the Chiefs' hopefully breakout defensive lineman, heading to Carolina. 3 years, $54 million for the Panthers there. Zach Wilson, a 1 year deal up to $10 million, $6 million guaranteed. So that's kind of like the base stuff there. Justin Watson to Houston. Darrell Taylor back to Houston. Charvarius Ward to the Colts. 3 year up to $60 million deal to kind of solidify the cornerback room. We had a trade as well. Dorian Thompson-Robinson goes to Philadelphia along with a 5th round pick in exchange for Kenny Pickett. I kind of feel like the Eagles actually got the better quarterback in this deal. I don't think Kenny Pickett is very good. I don't think this remotely solves their actual number one quarterback issue. I don't think anyone, even Cleveland, thinks that, frankly. And then wrap up here, Nick Mullins, Bradley Bozeman, and Cody Barton to the Titans, by the way, on a 3 year, $21 million deal. Let's tell you guys about today's sponsor. That is Fanatics. Want a jersey for your new favorite player? Once those are available, it'll be on Fanatics. Go to chatsports.com/NFL jersey. Link will be in the comments section, and it's in the description, by the way, of today's show. That's chatsports.com/NFL jersey. Link again. All NFL teams, all players, men's, women's, colors, sizes, etc. They got you covered. Chatsports.com/NFL jersey. We'll get to some Super Chats and the updated Super Chat menu on today's show in just a second. But the goal is always a 50% like ratio, and we don't have 100 likes on either of our dual live streams right now. Not the Cowboys Report and not the Chat Sports version either. Help us out by liking today's video. The goal is always that 50% like ratio. Got to get to, I think, at least $100 million, or else I'm going to be pretty disappointed from that perspective. So like the video if you haven't already done so. I'm looking at the contract details, by the way, for the Trent Sieg signing. You Cowboys fans out there. $3 million guaranteed. He's got a little over $500,000 signing bonus. Base salary is guaranteed at $1.225 million. Second-year contract is guaranteed on the third day of the league year. Injury guaranteed for signing at 1.3, and then 1.345 in year 3. So it's the vet minimum plus like a little bit more. So that's not about as expected as it relates for Trent Sieg there. 100 likes on both streams. I appreciate that. Let's get to the Super Chat menu. We'll make some changes here today. Mostly because I had a difficult time tracking all the $5 Super Chats that came in. It was a little bit too much for me to handle across 2 streams. So $5, we'll talk about your team, whatever team that ends up being. $10, we will once again do the mini helmet raffle. Christopher Gary won on day 1. So we'll see who can end up winning on day 2. We will once again do the Venmo 50-50 raffle. At What Going Downey to get in on that. That is at What Going Downey for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Yesterday's take-home was 70. I want to at least meet that number, if not get it a little bit higher. That is at What Going Downey on Venmo. And we got mimosa bongs. Champagne and orange juice in the fridge still because I didn't want to leave the orange juice out longer than I needed to. $50 Super Chats mimosa beer bong this fine morning. I think that's fun and different. And also we were out of all the seltzers and stuff. So $50 for that. Let's see the first one is to do it, and we'll pop the champagne here on the show, and hopefully don't make a mess of everything. We'll probably make a mess of everything, but $50 for that. As a reminder, on the Cowboys Report, the most 50s in the month of March gets a signed Zach Martin jersey. Jeremy Bramlett has the lead right now at 5 50s so far, at not quite the midway point, call it the third point. Jotmon, $5. Please sign an outside free agent over $6 million a year. Did they forget to lock Jerry up? Did let Steven get a hold of the checkbook again? Steven's always had the checkbook. That's the problem. In the end, you can't compete the way like we have before with the way the Cowboys want to compete unless you actually increase your spending. You can't spend in free agency the same way you did 5 years ago when the salary cap has gone up by so much. All the contracts have gone up. If you're still constantly looking for less than $5 million per year, you're going to get Javonte Williams and Solomon Thomas and Robert Jones year in and year out. That's not – I completely agree. Like, this is how every other team has learned to operate. Hey, cap's gone up. We should increase our spending. The Cowboys haven't shown a willingness to do that right now. They brought back the long snapper. Javonte Williams, Robert Jones, Solomon Thomas. Okay? That doesn't move the needle. Like, those are fine depth moves, but come on. Gotta do more than that. All right, over to the Chat Sports side. Insider airplane as we wait for, in theory, more moves to come. I think a lot of eyes are on the Aaron Rodgers situation, which is quiet at the moment. Think the Patriots will make any signings today, and if so, what position? It's a good question. I wouldn't be surprised if they did. They were pretty busy on day 1, which is a good thing. You know, Harold Landry, which it wasn't kind of totally day 1, but we'll count it. Austin Hooper, Robert Spillane, Carlton Davis, Morgan Moses, Milton Williams, Kyrus Tonga, Josh Dobbs, and more. The Patriots were ultra aggressive. Matt Collins is the one I forgot to mention. 2-year deal there for Matt Collins. That's a lot of action. I still think like an actual good receiver is the main thing that they could pursue and try to get a number 1 in there. But to do Stephon Diggs or Keenan Allen or Mike Williams or DeAndre Hopkins or Amari Cooper really move the needle there? I don't know if it does. And the free agency crop in general is like real thin now. It got real thin real fast. So I don't know what else the Patriots will do. I'm willing to bet they will do some more stuff. But in terms of just like the talent and who's available, it's a little bit thin at the moment. Maybe they try to pursue another linebacker. Do they get a bigger body on the interior of the defensive line? We'll see. I think another guard, more offensive line. Can you get an older guard in there? Does like a Kevin Zeitler? Well, he's more of a right guard, so might not be as good of a fit. But I think legitimate playmaker at wide receiver is the big thing the Patriots still need. But I don't know how they're going to pull that off right now, barring a trade. Richard Holtz. Talk about the Rams. What do you think they're doing in the draft as well as free agency grade? Don't get too drunk again. It is up to you guys how drunk I get. If we get a bunch of $50 super chats, because the boss has said I have to get 50s for it, otherwise there's no point to it. If we get a bunch of 50s, I'll start doing mimosa bongs left and right, which I don't know how that's going to feel. It might be a little acidic. I'm not sure. We'll try it. We'll try it. I think the Rams, fine. Alaric Jackson coming back makes sense. I think the trading of Jonah Jackson saved them a ton of money. That was probably a nice win for them after the play they frankly got at a Dotson, Avila, and Shelton. Like, that was probably fine. Tutu Atwell, I honestly don't understand. That was weird to me. Davante Adams, I love, though. 2 years, $46 million. That's awesome. He's a great receiver. You pair him with Puka Nacua, boom. Atwell as your 3 is fine. I just want to pay $10 million to depth. That's the market. Jimmy G re-signing, okay. Beyond that for the Rams, Puka Ford was, I think, a really good pickup at defensive tackle. Like, I love that option. I love the way that interior is built. I think corner would be nice for the Rams. I think that would be really super nice. And then, maybe they just kind of keep an eye on other available options. Like, I think someone like a Kristian Fulton could actually be kind of decent in LA. Wouldn't have to move. Would stay in the same city. But again, the top options, like I was looking at my top 25 free agents list, they're like all gone. Like Cam Robinson's there. I go, okay. Joey Bosa's there. The quarterbacks are there. Bosa's probably going to choose between the Niners and Dolphins. We'll see how that one plays out. Brandon Hanna, a $50 super chat. We got a mimosa bong coming up. Says, time to swallow. So first off, pause. Second off, okay, we'll do it. There's the peeler. All right. Want to get the orange juice for me, Chris? Or have Stone grab it, whatever. Cash. It's also, I guess, not really champagne. It's California champagne, so that's not from the Champagne region of France. All right, let's pray to God I don't break something, too. That's also very important. There we go. All right. Do I put this in I have a separate glass. Should I put it all? Let's put it all in this first and see how it looks. And then if I have to merge it into the cup to make it earlier, like that's fine. Let's put, I think, orange juice first or champagne first. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. We should know how much champagne goes in there. See how much that is.
If you guys weren't here yesterday, we got pretty rowdy here at Chat Sports.
Issue we now face. This is all foam.
Ooh, yeah.
That's fine. Maybe do a little
It'll
bit
go
more.
down.
Maybe
It'll
do
bubble down.
A little bit more champagne there.
I bet you put...
A little bit more champagne.
Yeah. I bet when you put the orange juice in there, too, it'll get the bubbles out of there.
Hopefully.
Redistribute science and whatnot.
Fidel. I love the mimosa bombs. A little bit of class to getting blackout drunk.
Exactly.
I remember everything.
I mean, it's basically bottomless. Well, I guess it's not bottomless mimosas. We only have so much, but
yeah. Here, can you hold this for me? I need to open up the orange juice. Yeah. There we go. Sorry, this needs 2 hands so I don't spray it everywhere. I did eat breakfast too. So, all right, sweet. Get that back. Orange juice coming in. Oh no. Maybe
it's not gonna mix.
maybe it'll merge.
Oh man, you're just gonna get
no.
straight champagne first.
Oh no.
Oh.
We're gonna have to mix it next time. Well, maybe
It's kind of going down.
That looks so nasty.
Yeah.
That
At least there's no pulp in it.
That looks so bad.
Yeah. Imagine if there was pulp in it.
That's so bad. Okay, we're definitely gonna use the glass next time. Oh my goodness, that is disgusting. That looks like you just see the you guys can't see. There's just like a very clear, just like the orange juice sinking down slowly but surely, and the champagne rising up. Oh my god,
It looks disgusting.
it looks so bad. This is gonna be something, but oh well. Next time I'm just gonna put them both in here and then pour it in. That way it actually mixes in there. All right, here we go. First champagne bomb. Let's see how it goes. Sorry, Cam says looks like dirty piss. Yeah, it does. It does. All right.
Nice. That one went down fast.
It's fine.
Nice.
That's fine. That worked out. Okay. All right, more $5 super chats. Again, $10 to get into the talk about your team. That was Brendan Hanna, right?
Yes.
So I'll give him some mini helmet entries there. $10 for the mini helmet raffle today. Jeremy, I'm saying Campbell's available. We should get him. I assume you mean Calais Campbell? Which, yeah, Calais Campbell is like the ultimate Ironman. He just like continues to find a way to not actually slow down despite his age, and continues to be just a good player for whatever NFL team he's on. He just continues to produce at a very impressive level. I am a fan of his game. Helps on the inside, helps on the outside. That, I think, would be a smart move for any team, not just the Cowboys, but whoever gets him is like, I think you're still expecting to get some pretty good impact, some pretty good play there. More super chats to come. Again, $5 will discuss your team. $10 for the mini helmet raffle entries. $50 will do more champagne bongs. From McAsshole, I saw the Will Fries signing. Thank you, man. Stupid the Jones boys didn't. They were never going to pay 5 years, $88 million for a guard. They were never in that market. You know, best case they would have done is like 1 year, 8.8, which even that seems a bit, unlikely given their previous moves there. The Game Geek, thoughts on the Cardinals? Okay, Akeem Davis-Gaither is I think the most recent one. A linebacker. The big move was Josh Sweat coming in on a 4-year something deal. 4-year, $76.4 million deal, $41 million guaranteed. That's not a huge surprise. I kind of figured one of Milton Williams or Josh Sweat would go there. Like that tracks to me. Baron Browning also back to give some edge depth there at 2 years, $15. Awesome. You retain Evan Brown at center. We'll see what ends up happening with Will Hernandez. I'd still like to get another guard into that, another interior lineman into that rotation. I don't know if you can find one, but low-key I kind of like the idea of adding a receiver to that unit. Greg Dortch's fun, but I think a better number two, compared with Wilson would benefit them. Still kind of think defensive line's needed. I didn't love the money they gave DJ Jones last year. I don't think he played that great, but that's kind of how things go. Cornerback help. I think just keep trying to add pieces to that defense with the O-line in kind of decent shape, given their previous investments, as long as Williams gets healthy. And then if Kyler takes a step forward, that's kind of a big deal for Arizona. Abraham, I think Dallas will land a wide receiver today. I wouldn't be surprised if they end up getting a receiver at some point. The market for receivers has kind of not yet been hit. It's still pretty light. It's kind of all based on older guys who are available that maybe they don't get a lot of long-term commitment, which makes it a little bit cheaper. So we'll see what happens at wide receiver. There's a lot of ones out there in the Amari Cooper, Stephon Diggs, Mike Williams bucket. Excuse me. But we'll see if they get something else there. Lone Sniper says mimosas on a Tuesday. Cowboys are back. Hey, $50 for mimosa bong. I think I like the seltzer more. I don't like that way that's sitting as much. I think there's too much carbonation in there. That's kind of what I'm sitting at right now. I think there's a little bit too much carbonation right now. Dominic, thoughts on the part? Patriots. He means the Patriots. Talk about an aggressive team this offseason, which isn't a huge surprise with all of these salary caps they had available. The big splash was Milton Williams, obviously, but they went out, they attacked a lot of different spots. Receiver and kind of still offensive line, helping out Drake May, remain kind of the core focal points, for me at least, for the Patriots. I like Harold Landry. Vrabel knows him. I'm fine with that. Robert Spillane helps out your linebacking core. Carlton Davis, I think, is a little bit expensive given his injury history, but you need a cornerback help. Okay, you've got money to burn. Okay, I don't like that one that much, but I do like Morgan Moses, 3-year, 24. That'll stabilize your right tackle spot. Milton's expensive, but again, you got money to burn. We'll see about Christian Barmore. Kyrus Tonga can be a nice run stopper. Josh Dobbs on a 2-year, $8 million deal. Cool. Maybe they can trick someone into trading for Joe Milton. I've never seen a more obvious Matt Flynn 2.0 candidate in my entire life. Oh, he had one good game as against backups, too. Okay. The Bills were not trying in that game at all. He was also, not good in the preseason. We do know that, right? He was bad in the preseason, actually. Okay. It's fine. Someone will talk themselves into it, and they'll get a steal there. But I think overall, I like what the Patriots have done. It's expensive, but that's okay. Jourdan is the interior defensive line fine now with Osa and Solomon side. So Solomon Thomas has played inside and out. I view Solomon Thomas as more of a Chauncey Golston replacement than I do like a pure interior defensive lineman. He has the size to play both. But he played plenty of edge and kind of 5 technique and 3 technique. He's not like he's like from 3 to defensive end on your front, not like 3/1. You still need an actual nose guard right now for the Cowboys. Beyond Mozzie Smith, you still need help on the interior of that defensive line. I view this as more of Chauncey Golston-esque. And even if he is your backup 3 technique, Justin Rodgers didn't play last year. He's not ready to be a full-time defensive tackle. That's just not. He's not ready to be a backup nose guard. If he is, great. Surprise. Everyone's happy. But I think that they need to add more in the end. We have a signing to get to here. Then we'll come back to some more Super Chats in just a second. The Kansas City Chiefs are getting in once again in the free agency market. They have added Kristian Fulton, the cornerback, who had a bit of a resurgent year with the Los Angeles Chargers. It is a 2-year, $20 million deal for Kristian Fulton to head to Kansas City. The Chiefs kind of spending some money in free agency. They add Elijah Mitchell. They add Jalen Moore. Now they add Kristian Fulton, 2-year, $20 million deal. Upside to 20.5, $15 million guaranteed there for Kristian Fulton. He'll slot in on the outside at corner. Probably allows, Trent McDuffie to play a lot more in the nickel. We'll see what they do with Jalen Watson / Jamari Connor as well. But this is an outside starting corner for the Chiefs. Do you like that signing? Y for yes, N for no. Let me know in the comment section of today's video. That is, by the way, a pretty notable loss for a Chargers team that is probably going to have to figure out what they're doing at corner with Asante Sam was a free agent. He kind of got phased out a little bit. And they obviously had Dante Jackson. They have Cam Hartz. We'll see if Samuel's back or if they're Chiefs still and Jasir Taylor in there at the nickel. I still think corner is kind of an area of concern for LA. Also, the Bears re-signed their long snapper. Okay. Whatever. Do you like that signing? Y for yes, N for no. Blaze says, no, I hate him as a Titans fan. I get that from the Titans fan perspective. Fulton at least looked more like the guy we'd seen previously. He was better, a lot better this past year for the LA Chargers. Get your votes in. Do you like this signing? Y for yes, N for no. Let's run through the Super Chat menu and get caught up on some more Supers as well. We're doing things a bit differently today. $5, we will talk about your team. because it was too much for me to try to track everything on the 5. So we're making $10. The mini helmet raffle entry, Brandon Hanna, is already in. We're going to get to the super chat from Remy here in just a second as well. He is in to the mini helmet raffle. If we get enough Venmos, we will do the Venmo 50-50 raffle as well. That's at What's Going Downey to enter the Venmo 50-50 raffle. I'll put that link right now in the live chat in the comment section of today's show. That's at What Going Downey for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. End of the day, we will do it. Congrats to Donald Lear for winning yesterday's. Need at least 3 on that front. So at What Going Downey for the Venmo 50-50 raffle entry. And for $50, we'll keep doing some mimosa bongs. We did one already. We've got room for plenty more, although it's a lot of just carbonation sitting on my belly. So I got to be a little bit careful on that front. But when 50s come in, we will do mimosa bongs here on both the Cowboys Report and on Chat Sports. We are simulcasting on both channels right now as we sit in day 2 of NFL free agency. And we continue to wait and look for more news coming across the wire. $10 from Remy. Say we gets pick 12. Tet and Campbell are both available. Who would you think Dallas should go with? That's Tetero and McMillan. T-Mac, the Arizona wide receiver, and Jiad Campbell, the linebacker out of, or maybe that's what Jeremy meant Campbell when he said, I'm saying Campbell's available. Maybe he meant Jiad Campbell. Anyway, look, I would rather have Tetero McMillan. I think Campbell's going to be a good football player too, but I think going out and acquiring a legitimate number 2 receiver, who I think is a better player on my board than Campbell, not separated by a ton, but I do have McMillan higher, even though he's not the fastest player. I think that is a good idea for the Cowboys. So, of those 2, does he mean Will Campbell? He means Will Campbell. Okay, scratch that one. Will Campbell, the LSU offensive lineman. I don't know where you play Will Campbell, specifically if you are the Dallas Cowboys. I don't think he has the length to stay at tackle. I kind of think he might be a center at best, as his best spot, because he's so damn smart as a football player. I think I'm going to have T-Mac still over Will Campbell on my board. I wouldn't be mad at either pick because I think the value is pretty strong there. I think it seemed like the Niners should jump all over Will Campbell if he falls to them. But I would not be mad at Will Campbell. I guess it shows where my head's at thinking it was Jiad Campbell. Maybe that's what Jeremy meant the first time around. So I'll still take McMillan because I have some concerns with Campbell. Now, honestly, we'll see what I finalize it at. I kind of think Armand Membu is the best tackle in this class. Campbell might end up being a guard, which if you want to take that at 12, that's moving to the right side, which he hasn't done before. That's fine too. Brandon Hanna is back again. Another $50 super chat as the Cowboys Report continues to crush the Chat Sports side on the super chat menu. Another one. Cowboys are definitely signing free agents who don't have to draft a certain position. I like it, but hate it because we haven't improved at all. We've actually gotten worse. So I actually agree with this. You're adding players. You've signed a running back, so you don't have to draft one if you don't want to. Which you're still going to. I want to make that clear. You've added a guard in Robert Jones, so you don't feel like you have to draft one. You added another defensive end / defensive tackle. That's fine. But you're right. Golston is, I think, a better player than Solomon Thomas. Not by a lot, but by enough that you got worse. I think Javonte Williams is not as good as Rico Dowdle is. So, again, you got worse. I'm pouring that all into this one here. That is all foam. Jesus, Tom. What a terrible pour. What am I? First timer? Not even getting on the side? Rookie stuff. So I think those, you're all right on that. I think if you actually want to address your depth and put yourself in the best possible position to make this team better, you should probably actually do it by adding better players and adding more top-end talent. That was a lot more champagne in this one than I probably should have done. Oh, well. Because you're right, they got worse. They're not better today than they were a day ago. They're not than they were before free agency. They have gotten worse. And here's the thing. you still probably would like to draft all of those spots. If what you should do is add better players and address your depth by making it a trickle down, not a trickle up. That's not, from, we can argue economics all we want, but like from a roster building perspective, trickle down works a lot better than trickle up. So that's just my opinion, though. But I agree, Brandon. All right, let's pour this mimosa in. Let's shut. I didn't make a rookie mistake here. We're good. Would have been a disaster. All right. Air bubble coming up. There she goes. That looks so nasty. It's just the orange juice element of it. All right. Here comes the bubbly. A lot of carbonation in there. A lot of carbonation. All right. Thank you, Brandon. Jay Gonzo. Jerry is calling. What 3 signings are you telling him to make? Let's see. A lot of the guys I wanted are gone, unfortunately. I'm telling him to go get me a linebacker. I'll say make it Eric Kendricks, Shaq Thompson, or EJ Speed. Go get one of those 3 guys. I'm saying let's go get a receiver. Maybe it's not the top of the market with Amari Cooper, but maybe it's Tyler Lockett with his ties to the Cowboys coaching staff. Maybe you go DeAndre Hopkins' path. Maybe you try to buy low on like Elijah Moore. I don't, Diggs. I don't think Allen's a great fit. Like I'm telling him to go get a receiver, and then I still want more. I need a corner bad right now. How about Asante Samuel? How about your right or wrong when you took Kelvin Joseph over him? It is a different regime, so maybe they are willing to change their mind about arm length, but just say Asante Samuel, EJ Speed, Tyler Lockett is all profoundly doable with the way this roster is constructed and the money available. I think we'd all feel better about that one. The Sky Warrior 2, how can the Bengals win Super Bowl 60? Pay T. Higgins, pay Jamar Chase, either trade Trey Anderson or pay him. Don't do this nonsense of middle ground shit. And you need to get a guard. How about you bring back Kevin Zeitler? A reunion there. You need to add some more edge rush help. It's not a great group. How about Zadarius Smith? Or Von Miller? Or Tank Lawrence even? And that's probably looking for like one more impact piece, either on the offensive line. Maybe you wouldn't be opposed to double dipping a guard. And you just take the best player available and stop trying to do this draft for need 2 years from now and then miss the pick anyway. That's what they have to do. And I think it's probably still you probably need to add another linebacker as well. I already mentioned EJ Speed. How about, go to my list here, about Terrell Dodson. Cheaper option, but can run and chase a bit. All right, Shamari's NFL YouTube channel is in. Hoping the Patriots get Cooper Kupp. If you're looking for a receiver, I think you just be patient and you wait and you buy time, and I think you'll be able to get Cooper Kupp cut. I don't think he's going to get traded. I think the contract's an issue, and the amount that the opposing teams would want the Rams to eat, at that point it kind of just doesn't become really financially sensible to trade him because they can just post June 1st, cut him in a couple days, and be fine. So I would not be surprised if you're a team that wants Cooper Kupp. Just be patient. Wait it out, and he'll be available. And be a little bit cheaper because he's missed a lot of time the past 3 years. YouTube J, $5. Are you a little satisfied they're doing something, even though it's still not enough? Also, what grade are you giving the Cowboys so far? Excuse me. I don't know, like a B-, C+, somewhere in that range. The individual moves are fine. And honestly, Osa getting $6 million per year less than Milton Williams looks like a steal. That looks like a great value contract already with the way the market is gone. But they need to do more. Like, you can't just sign 3 backups and go, yep, we did good. Like, no, you got a lot of needs to fill. So they need to spend some more money this time around. All right, more super chats to come, but we've got NFL jerseys for you on sale. Chatsports.com/NFL jersey. Link will be in the comments section and the description of today's show. It is all 32 teams, officially licensed NFL jerseys from our friends over at Fanatics. Maybe get the new Vikings starting QB, as I think a lot of us expected. J.J. McCarthy is there for the Vikings. Chatsports.com/NFL jersey. Links in the comments section and the description of today's show. That's chatsports.com/NFL jersey. Get yours today for whatever team you're a fan of. You got to filter. You have to search. We'll see what ends up happening there. In terms of, you got to search to find your team because it's all Eagles right now. All right, we don't want these 304s to hire Brassard to Chat Sports. Nah, he don't know ball anyway. You don't need that. He's obviously trolling, but it's fun. William Cook, $10 into the mini helmet giveaway raffle. After 50 years as a Cowboys fan, I am nearly done with this team. Nothing in free agency for the past 3 years. All I see is years and years of mediocrity. I think you are in danger of actually being mediocre right now. Of being an 8 or 9 win team, 7 win team. That's what mediocre is. Winning 10 plus games in the playoffs, that's not mediocre. It is disappointing at the end of each season, but it's not mediocre. I'm going to apologize. Saints fans, cover your ears. The Saints are mediocre right now. That's how it goes. They're a mediocre team. The Cowboys have to try more to avoid being mediocre as well. Robert Brooks going to play a version of F, Marry, Kill, cut, sign, and trade. I assume this is Trayvon Diggs, Juanyeh Thomas, and DeMarcus Lawrence, right? I assume that's what it is. I know he's not signed now, but whatever. Hope he took Z-Biotics today. I always take Z-Biotics. Actually, I didn't do it yesterday or today. I lied. Sometimes I do. But I know when I need it and when I don't need it, and I shouldn't need it today. Glad I avoided yesterday's disaster class. I assume this is Trayvon Diggs, Juanyeh Thomas, and DeMarcus Lawrence. This is a $50 super chat, by the way. Thank you, Robert. That's 5 entries for the mini helmets. And I owe another beer bong, or I guess mimosa bong as well. Cut, sign, trade. If the money's right, I guess I'll sign Tank Lawrence because he's a free agent. I guess I'll cut Juanyeh Thomas because it's cheap. And I guess I'll trade Trayvon Diggs. I think he'll actually get available, or if I can get a draft pick in theory for him. Those are 3 tough ones there. And that's probably how I'd rank their likely impact in this upcoming season too. Tank Lawrence, Trayvon Diggs, and Juanyeh Thomas. I'd sign Diggs if he were healthy. So it's a fun one though. That's a fun one there, Robert. All right, let's do another mimosa bong here. Pouring the champagne, or as a great show once said, champagne. You ever watch Futurama, Chris? Futurama is a great show. Awesome show. One of my favorites. All right. Do a little bit more champagne. All right. Pour it in. It's closed. There we go. Right here feels weird in my tummy. Feels like a lot of carbonation there. Robert says he'll do more of those. Okay, I like it. As I do this beer bong, who is the best NFL free agent left? This is not an easy question, by the way. It is not an easy question. There are 2 other news updates here, by the way. Miles Sanders, leased by Carolina, not a huge surprise. Laken Tomlinson heading to the Texans on a 1-year deal with a max value of $5 million to give them, backup option, low-end starting option at guard, but they still got question marks on the offensive line. So two news items there. Miles Sanders cut. That saves them like $5 million in cap space. I think he had a roster bonus due in a couple of days too. So that one was a no-brainer. It was kind of they were never not going to cut him. Like, that one was expected, but timing matters. I know I see a Panthers fans are already happy on that front there. So, best free agent left. Chris, give some shout-outs. I'm going to take a deep breath and do a third mimosa bong of the day.
All right, get your answers in for the question here. Who's the best free agent left? I get some shout-outs. Droopy Balls saying Riley Cooper.
Sorry, I saw that. He got you, too.
He didn't get me. I knew what it was.
He got you.
I wanted to say it. Dorian B says Becton. Taco Frog says Jordan Reed. I see an Aaron Rodgers in there from Nick B. Let's see. Matthew over on the Cowboy stream saying Stephon Diggs. John's also saying let D-Law go and get after Bosa, or go after Bosa, excuse me. Stephon Gilmore, Nick Bosa, Asante Samuel.
All right, there we go.
Aziz Ojulari.
Cam Robinson's like a competent-ish offensive lineman, so that somewhat stands out. I haven't seen news if Tyron Smith is going to retire, by the way, yet. So that kind of still lingers out there as a tackle option. Evan Ingram's a free agent. A lot of older receivers are free agents. Then Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers are the top quarterback stuff. Then it's like Jameis Winston, Mac Jones, Joe Flacco, and we'll see what happens to Kirk Cousins. But Pittsburgh and New York, all looking for QB still.
Jay said Ben Roethlisberger.
He made a joke about coming back
yesterday.
he made a joke about that. Maybe I'll come back now for DK. We'll see if they trade Pickens, by the way. I'm kind of curious if that one ends up happening for Pittsburgh. I'm waiting for Rodgers to do something here. I feel like the Giants and Steelers are both waiting on him, and the other pivots to Russell Wilson, which in the year 2020, imagine telling someone like 5 years ago, hey, the Steelers and Giants are trying to choose between Aaron Rodgers and Russ Wilson. Been like, wow, that's awesome. Now it's like, oh, boy, that's not great. That's not great at all. Ugh, excuse me. All right, Adam Martinez, $5. Good morning. Good morning to you too, Adam. Or afternoon, depending on what time zone you're in. How did the Texans win the Super Bowl? You got to keep trying to overhaul that offensive line right now. I'll be honest, I kind of don't really get what the Texans are doing right now. They have Nika, who I love at wide receiver 1. He's awesome. Christian Kirk is a fun vertical slot receiver. Cool. Tank Dell is like kind of more of a slot guy. So is Braxton Berrios. Justin Watson is like a guy at receiver to like be your receiver 4, but like can't John Mechie and Javier Hutchinson do that? So like I think it's weird to add 3 receivers when you needed help, sure, but like 3 of them that are not elite was kind of weird. The offensive line is a massive question mark for me now. Some combination of Blake Fisher, Laken Tomlinson, Kendrick Green, Jarrett Patterson, Juice Scruggs, and Titus Howard. I don't know about that one. I think adding another good safety in Touch Johnson is fun, but you already have Kalen Bullock and Jimmy Ward and Jalen Petrie, who can also do nickel stuff. I don't know what the plan is there. I think you have to continue overhauling that offensive line. Hopefully the new coaching staff helps that. The new offensive coordinator helps that. But the Texans for a long time have had like the best roster from like players like 30 to 60. That has always been awesome for them. And I kind of feel like adding guys like Berrios and Watson just add to that. And they didn't need to add to that. Laken Tomlinson is okay, but it's still like you draft a guard if you can, but a tackle too. He's him, a.k.a. Matthew Peterson's biggest hater. Matthew Peterson gave away the prize. I won. Congrats, he's him. I assume that was on one of Petey's live shows. That's what's my guess on that front there. Mason, just $1 super chat. Thank you very much, Mason. I think that's CeeDee Lamb, Jalen Hurts pick. Am I right? I think that's Jalen on the right. I can't tell who that is on the left, though. Anyway, Byron Joe David. I'm guessing he means, he says Trent Williams, but he means Javonte Williams. Mostly going to be used in passing situations. I buy that. I think third down back is probably where he ends up in the end. Like he ends up as a rotation back, and the Cowboys draft a true RB1. probably before the end of day 2 would be my guess. But he is a good pass catcher, a good pass protector, just wasn't a very efficient runner this past year, or last year too, frankly. Jourdan, so used to no free agents, we're excited over Javonte Williams and Solomon Thomas. Imagine this team spent like $10 million one time on an outside free agent. Imagine how much like, wow, they did something. And not like they signed a RB2 and a guard 3 and a defensive lineman 6. Like, imagine if they did something awesome like that. Even just like $10 million for a linebacker would be massive for this team. So, McCastle, Hampton, or Henderson? Henderson looks better to me. I think Henderson's more explosive. I think he's more of a big play threat. I also think he kind of wears down faster. Marion Hampton has handled bigger workloads with no real drop-off, unlike what we saw with Henderson. So, bit of flavor of ice cream. I do think Hampton is the second best back in this class. I think he goes with the board between 12 and 44. Henderson, though, might be there for you at 44. Juan Vasquez, who are the good options left for the Cowboys? So another top free agent left here. And I'll just kind of run through some of the top guys at each position, and we'll kind of apply this to both the Chat Sports stream and the Cowboys Sports stream since we are simulcasting on both right now. Quarterbacks, it's Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers. Seems like Giants for one, Pittsburgh for the other, some TBD there. Wide receiver is Stephon Diggs, Keenan Allen, Tyler Lockett, Amari Cooper, DeAndre Hopkins. Some good options there, frankly. Some quality players still at wide receiver. I guess Michael Gallup's back as an option too, which I would not do because I can't recall last time player played a year, retired a year, came back and was good. Evan Ingram, I think far and away the top tight end option left. Offensive tackle, Cam Robinson, Jedrick Wills, and Tyron Smith. Center is Andre James and Josh Myers. Kind of all I got there. Guard is Kevin Zeitler, Will Hernandez, Tevin Jenkins, who I think could be in play for the Giants and the Bengals, by the way. 2 teams to monitor there. Mekhi Becton, too. Interior defensive line, Dalvin Tomlinson's out there. Calais Campbell. Javon Harder's going to the Vikings, so kind of cross him off. Levi Onwuzurike. A lot of guys no one's heard of. Edges, Joey Bosa, Zadarius Smith, DeMarcus Walker, Von Miller, Tank Lawrence, Cesar Jolari. Caleb Von Chasen is out there. Carl Lawson. There's Matthew Judon. There are some good edges out there that are kind of like maybe some cheaper ones there. Linebackers, Eric Kendricks is maybe the best linebacker left. Shaq Thompson, EJ Speed, Terrell Dodson, Jerome Baker, Kaiser White. I think we'll re-sign with Arizona because I think the DC named his kid's middle name Kaiser, I think. So, that's a pretty good relationship. A bunch of other mediocre linebackers there. Kendall Fuller, Asante Samuel, Stephon Gilmore, Mike Hilton, Rasul Douglas, Mike Hughes, Jonathan Jones. In their corner, safety, Justin Reed is still out there. Notable name. Justin Blackman, Justin Simmons, Xavier Woods is actually one of the top safeties left. Juan Thornhill. So the safety market always seemingly has that's a good player that doesn't sign for a week. That kind of happens, I feel like, a little bit more frequently than it should. Thank you, Juan. We know wipe these 304s. Do a flip. Is Broussard, Kupp or Broussard likely signings? Well, not Broussard. Depends on the market. If Dallas has their choice of 3 receivers and one's 10, one's 12, and one's 7, we know they're gonna pick the $7 million guy. That's what they always do. But I think Kupp, kind of like you saw with Jonathan Allen, will probably command a lot of interest on the open market when he's cut, as opposed to a team trading for him and having to pick up the contract there. Pug Racer, Jerry, the only GM worried about tariffs for free agency. It's funny. I like that one. He's him. Once again, Matthew Peterson's biggest hater says, cut Petey. That team trade him and sign his mom. I am convinced this is like Jeremy or something. I'm convinced it's just it's somebody trolling Petey. All right, help us out and help us be the #1 live stream out there by sharing today's video. Twitter's now up and running, so you can share on Twitter again after yesterday having 0 options out there, which was kind of crazy. And people were posting on Instagram and Threads because Twitter was down, and we still need that platform. Share this on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, whatever. Help us out by sharing today's video for someone who hasn't seen it. That way they can subscribe, we can grow, we can keep doing these live streams. Kind of want to do this again tomorrow, but just depends on the audience and the super chats as well. As long as supers come in, we will stay live, by the way. That's not an issue for me of staying live. You know, I've got childcare squared away. It's not my responsibility this week, so someone else can deal with that in the family. Share the video for me on social media. Well, we'll talk. I'm going to put the fan on here, too, as it gets a little hot later in the day with the lights on me. Who will sign Aaron Rodgers? This is actually the pinned poll right now on the Chat Sports live stream. 5% say the Jets, which I don't really know. I also fucked this up. I am so stupid. Why did I put Jets in there? I obviously meant Giants. Let's do a new poll. Who will sign Aaron Rodgers? Giants, Steelers, Titans, other. You can comment. I don't ask me why I was very stupid and did not include the Giants on the pin poll. So Giants, Steelers, Titans, or I guess a different team. I don't really know how they're gonna go about that one. I don't know if the other team would be. Colts are kind of off the board. Rams are obviously off the board. Who will sign Rodgers? Giants, Steelers, Titans, or other? If there's a fourth team in mind, just comment who that is. Eric Pro says Seahawks. So they got Sam Darnold, so I don't think that one's going to happen there. 57% say Steelers, 30% say Giants. Ooh, M. Mac has a good other name. The Vikings. Let's go down the true Brett Favre career path. Nothing would be funnier. Steelers right now leading that pin poll side, 56%. Giants at 30%, Titans at 4%. Other, like the Vikings, for example, 10%. And then Flix FN says retire. Okay, I don't mind that one. That's a fun other option there. I see Vikings, Giants, Steelers, Giants. I am also highly curious to see what the contract looks like for Aaron Rodgers. You know, Flory had floated out like $40 million per year for him. At this point is insane to me. Knowing the market is gone, has gone up significantly. But I would love to see what that market looks like. Because it should be like 30, right? Maybe? Like kind of do year-by-year stuff with him. It's kind of the route I would prefer to see there. 27% say Giants, 57% say Steelers, 5% say Titans, 7% say other, and then Jay says, someone please take Kirk Cousins for us. From us. I think everyone is in a staring contest of like, you're going to cut him. Just cut him. And they're like, no, we're not going to cut him. Like, you're going to cut him. Come on. So, we'll see how that one plays out. I guess Cleveland is also an option for Rodgers, technically, but kind of the vibe I get from Cleveland is they're just going to take a QB at 2. Like Kenny Pickett is not a real solution at all. That's Cam Ward or Shadur or something crazy. Like Brown's got to get something there. I see $20 million a year for Rodgers. Yes, but at this point, like, I don't know if he would even want to play for $20 million. Like you kind of get that point of like he's not going to play for cheap, I think. Even though I think you make a valid argument there in terms of just the overall impact and value and everything else there. And a reminder of the Super Chat menu today. $5, we will talk about your team. $10, you are entered into our mini helmet raffle. That is whatever team you're a fan of, $10 gets you in to the mini helmet raffle. Right now, there's a lot of Cowboys entries in there. I'm not obviously we are simulcasting on both Chat Sports and on the Cowboys Report. But I would like to see some more non-Cowboys entries because it's more fun and see what the helmet ends up being. So get your $10 mini helmet raffle entries in. Right now we got Brandon and Remy and William and Robert, and Brandon had 2 different 50s, so he's got a lot of the entries right now. He's got the majority of them. Get some more 10s in there and enter the mini helmet raffle entry. We are also planning on doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle, but nobody's submitted anything yet for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. That is at What's Going Downy, $20 to enter. I'll put that link in the comment section of both live streams right now. At What Going Downy for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. Yesterday was 70. Can we do at least that again today? And then as we get more 50s, I got about a half bottle of champagne left. Champagne, yeah, that's probably more than half. 60% left. So we got room for more mimosa bongs. Get $50 in there, and we will continue to pound those. And plenty of orange juice in there, too. There's a lot of orange juice left because there's more orange juice than there was champagne. So get those $50 super chats in for the beer bongs, I guess the mimosa bongs. $10 for the mini helmet raffle, $20 for the Venmo 50-50 raffle, and $5. We will discuss your team. We have a new signing, Will Harris, who has done some nickel corner stuff, but mostly safety stuff as well. With the Lions and I think Saints as well, is heading to the Commanders on a 2-year, $8 million deal to help the back end a little bit for Washington. I'm a little surprised the Commanders haven't done more at edge. I'm kind of waiting on an edge splash from them to not just have Dorrance Armstrong and nothing else really there. I wonder if he kind of helps replace Jeremy Chin a little bit, who they did lose, which kind of a bad loss for Washington. Can do some nickel stuff and Noah Igbinoghene in there at nickel as well, who's also a free agent too, by the way. So one-word reaction to Will Harris, signing a 2-year, $8 million deal with the Commanders, the corner/safety. Can do nickel, can do some chess piece-ish things. But at $4 million, that's we can start you if we need to, but if you're a backup, we're not overpaying you necessarily either. Guaranteed money matters on these types of deals. I'm very curious what the guaranteed money checks in at, and my guess is the guaranteed money is probably going to end up being pretty low when it's all said and done. So give me your one-word reaction to the signing. Someone just said F. Jerry Jones. So safety, corner, he can do a bit of both. I know on NFL.com he's listed as a corner, but I think safety is probably the role he ends up playing for the Saints. So get those comments in, and we will discuss some more super chats that have come in here on both the Cowboys Report and on the Chat Sports. We are simulcasting to well over 2,500 people here. Thank you all for tuning in. Mo Surge, very dry over here. I need Dallas to sign a real free agent so I can literally oil my pole. You need Jesus. No, doing something for Dallas would be cool. They have not done very much beyond backups. Seth, get Bosa, Cup/Lockett, Hernandez, and trade for Mayer. They don't need a tight end. I'd be pretty shocked if they made a trade for Michael Mayer. They have Schoonmaker. They have Fant. They have all these different guys at tight end. They have, obviously, Ferguson. I don't really see that one coming down the pipeline. Wouldn't be bad if it's a 5th-round pick. Sure, who cares? Bosa, Cup/Lockett, sure. Hernandez, I think, is kind of off the board with the signing of Robert Jones. I'd be a little surprised if they picked up another veteran type of guard. Robert Brooks, $10. The young, underrated star edition for sign, cut, and trade. Turpin, Bland, and Overshown. I'm going to sign Deron Bland. When he has been out there, he has been awesome at corner. That's an easy one for me. I don't like it, but I'm going to trade DeMarvion Overshown, who I would like to find a way to keep. But I think you can get more value there. And then I'm going to cut Kavante Turpin, who also isn't actually that young. It just feels like because he didn't play a lot and because he had the stuff at TCU and went to the UFL. So Bland, Overshown, Turpin with kind of a drop-off after Overshown if he's healthy to Turpin there is my mindset there. Thank you, Robert. $10. You are in to the mini helmet raffle. Martin Rosales, what about Dalvin Tomlinson at defensive tackle? I'm in. I have no issues there. I think that is the exact type of or defensive tackle I'd like to go get. That's kind of I'm all for that one. I think that is add defensive tackle run stopper. You need that. I am in. Like I don't want to fart around and not have someone come in there. So I would love to get Dalvin Tomlinson for sure. Fondil. Oh, he almost got me. He almost got me. That was good. Cowboys should sign Jameis Winston. I think Jameis Winston needs to go somewhere where he can play more, and he's only going to play if Dak gets hurt. I think just put Winston in Tennessee. If they don't draft Cam Ward, put him in Tennessee and just let him throw the ball 35 times a game, and we'll all have fun. Titans fans don't have as much fun, but Winston is the ultimate current pump and dump in the sense of for fantasy receiver stats. Jerry Jeudy was receiver 35 or something, and end of the year receiver 5 because Winston was F it, Jeudy did down there somewhere. And he'll have a game where he throws 5 interceptions and then 5 touchdowns in the very next game. Have fun. So if you're a bad team, go sign Winston. Let him be your tank commander. It'll be entertaining. Also, by the way, some more news. Mario Edwards, the veteran defensive end, back with the Houston Texans on a 2-year, $9.5 million contract to re-sign with the Houston Texans. So some veteran depth there at edge for Houston. No real complaints on that deal. It's probably about the right value at this point and kind of slots in as a piece up front for Houston. That one I don't think we need to spend a lot of time on. It's Mario Edwards, Houston. Dominique Lancey. I think the cup will go to the Patriots. What's your opinion? I wouldn't be shocked. I think we can all look at the Patriots receiver room and go, okay, they need something else here. Kayshon Boutte, okay. Kendrick Bourne, okay. Demario Douglas can do some slot stuff, cool. They spent seconds on Jalen Polk and Javon Baker. They need a number one. And I don't know if Kupp is a number one at this point, but he's closer to a one than what they have right now. And I think Polk can be a good 2 for them, but they have to find something additional at receiver. Kupp has the path to the Caps. They can do a high expensive 1-year deal for Kupp, and he'll be a good run blocker. I think Mike Vrabel will love him. So I would not be shocked by that one. I just think that other teams will have interest too. Chargers stand out too as a fit. They need a receiver. Jourdan, hate to lose Jourdan Lewis, but is he really worth $30 million? I have said that I thought Jourdan Lewis was one of the best nickel corners in the NFL. So I can't be mad when he gets paid as such. It would have been awesome to bring him back on a cheaper deal if the market value was right about $6 million per year. Those are all estimations. Sometimes guys get paid, sometimes the guys get paid. That's just rough estimations there. I would have kept him. It's the year one cap hit for Jourdan Lewis is something like $5 million. I can do that. That's not that hard actually. It's a bit expensive, sure, but I don't have a nickel corner right now. Period. So I would have been fine bringing him back. So Heat Spoon, ready for New York Packers Part 2 next year for the Giants. So this is about Aaron Rodgers potentially, is the way I read that one. That'd be fun. Maybe not for one team, the losing team, but always fun to get revenge games. Revenge games in the NFL are awesome because it just sometimes brings out better options there. T. Lee, are Chase and Harrison still there? Yes, Chase is handling Niners and Eagles today. Harrison on Bears. And frankly, because the Cowboys don't do shit, I'm doing both Maine and Cowboys today. The Bears do stuff. The Eagles do stuff. So, got to wait a little bit there. So, I think got one more super chat that's come in on, or a couple more on the Cowboys, I should say. Brandon, $10. How much to make you chug the rest of the bottle with no orange juice? I'm out on Tet at 12. This is what? This is at least 4, right? You think? Let me check like the rough estimation here. Yeah, that's probably about 4 left. So 200, and I will chug I will put all the champagne into the beer bong. There's like a little bit of orange juice left in there at the bottom. So yeah, I think that's about right. 200, and I'll chug the rest of the champagne bottle, and we can always go make Stone get more. So 200, that because I don't want to like. Otherwise, we got 4 more mimosa bongs at minimum. So 200, I'll chug the rest of the bottle. Anyway, I'm out on T-Mac at 12. Too much boom bust for that high. I get where you're coming from. I'll say this. With the quarterback class that we've got, I mean, it's actually probably 5, by the way, as I look at this here. It's probably 5, right? 5 in there. It's probably room for 5 more. So we'll keep it at 4 though, and like get 1 off, I guess. I think that's fair. Someone said easy on the drinking, buddy. I got this. I'm a professional. This class in general is just not the best. Like the top end talent kind of falls off quicker than you'd like. So I think you're gonna have to deal with some boomer bust at 12, or you get like a very lower ceiling guy. Draft a quarterback. I'm actually fine with that too. Jade, Barron, Will Johnson. I'm in at 12. Both those guys will be top 12 guys on my board. I'll do that there. Trade back at a corner receiver later, plus pick up the pick. I'm also on board with that too. I think all 3 things you mentioned: T-Mac at 12, trade down, draft a corner. I think all 3 of those are valid options for the Cowboys. All of those work pretty well for me. All right, DJ Mullins, $2. What if Dallas could pair Lamb, Diggs, and Cooks? I don't really see why this team would choose to bring back Brandin Cooks if you're also going to add Stephon Diggs. Honestly, I kind of thought Jalen Tolbert was better than Brandin Cooks last season. So do you need to go get another option on the outside? I kind of don't think they have to pursue that particular path, and I think that they can just if you're signing Diggs, you probably don't also need to bring back Cooks because you have Tolbert, you have maybe Flournoy, you have Mingo, and you can draft somebody too. That's my mindset. Jeremy Sanchez, any linebacker you think we get? Do you think we can get anyone else? I don't see how you get into the draft with injured DeMarvion Overshown, Maurice Liufau, and Damone Clark, who you benched last year. I think you have to sign somebody. Eric Kendricks is out there. Shaq Thompson is out there. EJ Speed, Terrell Dotson, Jerome Baker. It's thin there. I think Jack Sanborn and his ties from Matt Eberflus could actually kind of be a decent fit. The rest of the group's not great. So, you kind of got to get it. We're past wave 1. We're past wave 2. We're probably past wave 3. This is probably wave 4 already. You have to do something there. King Leo, a $10 super chat into the mini helmet raffle, by the way. Says, B. Cooks or Tyler Lockett? Give me Lockett. I kind of think that Lockett's on a similar path career-wise as Cooks was on. But I think that Lockett offers more right now. Neither guy is a long-term answer for me, but I think Lockett, and knowing Brian Schottenheimer and not being banged up last year, and I think Cooks has lost more of a step than Lockett has. And maybe it was just the knee. Maybe the knee was a bigger issue than he let on, even before and after the surgery. But I think Lockett can do some inside-outside stuff, and I think could fit a bit better for the Schottenheimer offense. You can get an NFL jersey for your favorite team over at chatsports.com/NFL jersey. Link will be in the comment section and the description of today's show. That's chatsports.com/NFL jersey. All 32 teams, I will make note right now, these are all from Fanatics, and Fanatics currently sorts by the most popular, which is all Eagles. So you'll have to filter or search for your favorite team/player. Get yours today at chatsports.com/NFL jersey. Link will be in the comments section. It's in the description, by the way, of both the Cowboys Report live stream and the Chat Sports live stream as well. All right, we are an hour 15 into today's live stream. We will have more coverage for you today, tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, all week long. NFL videos, we have you squared away. Hit that sub button, youtube.com/chatsportstv. Free videos, watching the Cowboys Report, sub to that channel too. We got Cowboys videos for you every day as well. We already broke down the Solomon Thomas signing, and we've kind of reached we had a nice little run of action this morning around like 10 a.m., 9:30 a.m., and now it's just kind of calling, like, it's slowed down a lot. And the available players are not nearly as appealing as they were kind of earlier in free agency. So we'll keep it covered, though. Hopefully some more stuff happens. You like the video, more moves will happen. Go ahead and like the video. We'll run through some of the more recent moves here as well, but hit that sub button for more NFL and Cowboys videos all off season long. Since we've gone live, it's a really light list of moves, isn't it? That's really light. That's kind of not fun at all. Daniel Jones is the Colts' newest addition. He will compete with Anthony Richardson, which, man, if A-Rich can't win that job, what are you doing? That does not sound fun. So Indy adds Daniel Jones. Minnesota does not have another quarterback right now, really beyond J.J. McCarthy. So McCarthy's job, barring a surprise Aaron Rodgers entry, what time is the McAfee show today? It's already underway. Kind of thought he might announce on McAfee. That'd be a very classic Rodgers McAfee move. And smart marketing too. So Daniel Jones there as $14 million's a lot, but it's also like the cost of a bridge/backup QB. That's how the market goes when the cap's almost $300 million bucks. Bucks got a punter. Bears brought back their long snapper. Kristian Fulton is a Chief as he leaves the Kansas City Chiefs on a 2-year, $20 million deal. Goes from the Chargers to Kansas City. He'll be an outside starting cornerback for them. The Texans made a pair of moves. They brought in Laken Tomlinson, I think it was in Seattle last year, on a 1-year, $4.25 million deal. He has always been healthy. His play has fallen off, but he's stayed pretty healthy. Commanders add Will Harris, who can do some nickel, but can also do some safety stuff for them. 2 years, $8 million deal. Mario Edwards, 2 years, $9.5 to re-sign with the Houston Texans. All right, Sam, for what's left, they need to sign Kendricks back. Yeah, and I think he means for what is available. Linebacker, it's like EJ Speed and not maybe the most appealing names. Like I would bring back Kendricks and be like 1-year deal, $5 million bucks, something like that, and feel pretty happy about that one. All right, from day one / I guess so far really, we can include some day 2 stuff. Who is the biggest winner so far in NFL free agency? Let me know in the comment section of today's show. Biggest winner of NFL free agency. Let me know right now. I'm also going to put 2 minutes on the clock here. Every $10 super chat that comes in will count double on the mini helmet raffle entry category. So 2 minutes right now. $10 counts 2 on the mini helmet raffle entry. So 2 for 1 specialty offer. We'll put 2 minutes on there. $10 for the mini helmet raffle entry. Double 2 for 1 specialty for the next 2 minutes there. And I'll get some shout outs on the top winners as well. I see Jace says Vikings. Vikings, Commanders and Vikings. Biggest winner is the beer bong. Rams, Vikings, Patriots. Patriots or Bears. Javon Holland, the Rams. Patriots. Steelers getting DK Metcalf. Do your job. Okay. Minnesota, Patriots. Steelers if they get a good QB, but right now the Commanders. Dan Moore and his contract. 2 of those in a row. Cowboys. Okay. Patriots, Jags, Patriots, Rams, Broncos, Cowboys laughing emoji. Vikings, Raiders, Vikings. Patriots had the worst. Steelers, Cowboys, Broncos, Pats or Vikings, Raiders, Cowboys, Cardinals, Texans, Vikings. Texans if you're going to get a good O-line. Well, that's kind of a long way to go there. Giants, Steelers, Bears, Dallas, Cowboys. Have you seen the long snapper? Commanders, Broncos, Vikings, and Rams in that order. NFL fans for watching me drink. Got you covered there. Panthers, because we aren't done yet. Vikings, Bears, Chiefs, Lions, Dolphins in there. About 20 seconds left on the 2-for-1 offer for $10 Super Chats to get you entered into the mini helmet giveaway. 2-for-1 specialty right now. Dolphins, Browns, Chargers, Chiefs, Commanders again. Every team in some way. Okay. Dolphins in there. Let's see what else we got. Commanders, Chiefs. Everyone who had Tom drink. Thanks, guys. Dolphins in there. The Agents. Clever answer. Agents is a good answer there. They've made plenty of money this week. So get your votes in there for biggest NFL free agency winner so far. I see Jerry Jones' checkbook. Cowboys, Jets and Justin Fields, Broncos with Dre Greenlaw, Bears, Broncos, Commanders, Jets, Fields, Jerry's yacht. So kind of some familiar refrains on that front. Chris, what any teams you like so far during free agency? I'm going to sip some of my Mountain Dew here.
I think the Patriots have done okay. Everybody's complaining about them not going after a wide receiver, but, I mean, they've made a lot of moves. And if you're just trying to go out there and make your team better, I think they're doing that. Mm-hmm. And I think, we'll see. I still think they probably need a better offensive lineman to add to it. But like we talked about yesterday, there's just not that many of them. So, I just feel like they're going to go that route in the draft. And I think when it comes to a lot of teams, free agency is such a big thing. Because you can look at the moves that they make in free agency and then start kind of feeling out how they're going to go in the NFL draft.
Fair. That's fair. Get your votes in for the biggest loser so far in free agency. We'll get to Brandon Hanna's $10 Super Chat as well, which I am concerned about. We'll get to that in a second here. The local liquor store. Aren't they winning? He bought from them. Also, he just went to Kroger. Brandon says, had to switch the stream up. Get that liver ready. Help me, I'm scared. Guys, you guys know the Simpsons gif of what's his face going, I'm in danger? Chuckles, I'm in danger. That's me right now. That's me. Losers, Aaron Rodgers' ego. Someone says that they love your music, Chris Daughtry, because he's a singer too. Yeah. Dolphins, the Eagles, us Cowboys fans, Cowboys, Chris Grier, Browns, Ralph. It's Ralph. Ralph Wiggums, I think, is his name. I don't know. I was never a big danger. I'm in danger. Falcons, Cowboys, Browns and Falcons, Texans, 49ers, Chargers, the Eagles defense. Not a bad answer. Cowboys. Someone says Mitch Renz. I think Mitch is fine. He's doing good.
I thought the Raiders have made plenty of signings.
I actually kind of like what the Raiders have done, frankly. Cowboys fans every year. Niners, Cowboys, Niners. I am the biggest loser. Damn, bro. Sorry. Jets. Cowboys, my liver.
There's Brandon.
Brandon says, you're in danger. Double down. I'm bored at work. All right, Brandon. That's two more for you. You're now in second for the most 50s in the month of March, by the way.
Brandon, I need a list of 5 things you've done this week.
Yeah, calm down there, Elon. All right, there we go. $100 super chat from Brandon. Everyone spam BH in the comments section of today's show. Ugh, God. It's orange juice. That's healthy for me, right?
I think so.
Right? That's how this works?
Brandon takes the lead, by the way.
I just put the 2 in there.
Oh, you did put the 2. Okay, never mind.
He's at 4. He's at 4. I did it in there. Quickly.
One behind Jeremy Bramlett, though, for the
Jeremy's
lead.
got 5. Brandon, Calvin, Anthony all have 4s for the most 50s in the month of March for the signed Zach Martin jersey. All right. I got 2, don't I? Sucks.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Let's see. Get some shout-outs here. See Dominic Lacey in there. Cash Money, Dylan, Andrew, Barnes. Kevin Wilson's in there on the Cowboys stream. Brandon saying Tom's liver. Probably talking about the loser there.
Yeah, it's definitely a loser. Whew. Man, that's just... It's a lot. Hold on, let me pour this properly so it doesn't get all foam.
Wait, did I?
Did you what?
Oh, that went from 10 to 100 to, okay.
Yeah.
I thought Brandon sent 200s back-to-back for a second there.
You were tripping there, bud? All right. Oh, God. Just.
Brandon also coming in with
Anthony!
Another $10 super chat. Anthony McMillan over on the Cowboys stream. You know, a second ago, I was thinking, man, what? I couldn't remember his name, but I remember his profile picture. And I was thinking he was just lurking somewhere in the chat.
He's always lurking.
He's always lurking. Let's go. You guys are killing it today.
I almost poured it right into the beer bong like an idiot.
Day 2 of NFL free agency. Here we come. I'm going to read this super chat off here from Brandon as well. This $10 before we get to Anthony McMillan's and Tom's drinking that drink. He said, number 1, made Tom drink. Number 2, woke up twice this week. 3, still have a girl
twice this week.
Still have a girlfriend for now. 4, still have a job. 5, made everyone watch Tom drink. Hey, solid list. Solid list. Apparently all you needed to do was fill it out. Didn't even have to be anything legitimate.
I mean, they didn't read, like, all of those emails. Like, come on.
That's legitimate.
That's not efficient work.
Yeah.
Oh, God. All right, read some supers here. I gotta compose myself here.
Let's see. I'll read some of these.
This is the most
Cowboys
oranges I've drank
ones.
in my entire life at once. It's like a half gallon of
There's
orange
a lot of
juice
orange
gone.
juice. Yeah, you got a whole gallon there, putting them down.
How many ounces are in a gallon?
16, 12. It's either 12 or 16.
There's definitely more than 16 ounces in a gallon.
32?
There's no way your math is right.
What does it say?
It says it's a 1.8 quarts, 1.75 liters. But I can't do metric system bullshit.
How many ounces in a gallon, folks?
I'll Google this.
I thought it was 12 or 16.
16. You're ridiculous.
It might be 32 then.
You're not even close. It's 128.
64? 128?
You're not even close.
What am I thinking of?
I don't know.
Am I thinking of grand?
Thinking of a quart, maybe?
Maybe.
Like 32?
There's either 12 or 16.
12 ounces in a gallon. What are you talking about? It's
12
128.
ounces in a pound. That's what it is. 12 ounces
What are
in
you
a
guys
pound.
doing? That's just nonsense. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. That's fine.
That's what I was thinking.
But a
12
pound is not a
ounces in
gallon.
pound.
All right, let's get to Jeremy. Read it off for me.
Here we go. $5 super chat here from Jeremy Sanchez. Do you think the lack of moves from the Cowboys is because the guys they have to sign in the future, like Bland, Jake Ferguson, I'm assuming?
That's probably like part of it, but like I don't know. Everyone else makes moves. You've signed $3 million deals. I just don't think that they're good at free agency. I think that they struggle with the salary caps going up. Therefore, our free agency budget has to go up too. I think that Randall Cobb was $5 million 5 years ago now. That was their biggest signing in 5 years. It's $5 million. Right now, $5 million gets a backup guard, not a starting wide receiver. A starting receiver gets almost 15 now. That's just how the market is. It's nonsense. It's nonsense. All right, I owe 3 more.
3 more, yeah. Here we go. We also have another $2 super chat here over on our Cowboys stream from Robert Simmons. Can we trade for Nate Wiggins from Baltimore?
No, Rams are not going to trade him.
That was a guy that you liked last year coming out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good corner from Clemson.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, this is a lot. It's a lot of liquid right now, and it's also not cold anymore.
Oh, I bet lukewarm orange juice is awful.
It's not great. It's not great.
Oof. There's the $100 super chat right there from Anthony McMillan, always coming in big. Anthony, just a second ago, Anthony heard me say, I'm assuming that people were, getting in the lead there, getting close to the lead, so he had to take over the lead. He's at 650s now for the Cowboys for the month.
Jesus. Thank you, Anthony. Also, how dare you, but oh my God. All right.
Let's see. We also had a $2 super chat here from Merjanic. Everyone says cornerbacks are losers, but what did the 49ers do?
He means Cowboys are losers.
Oh,
yeah.
It says Cowboys. Oh. Scott P. with another 50 bomb over on Cowboys.
I have a critical update. I've got room for 2 more champagnes. Then we're out of champagne. And we have to move to beer, or have Stone go find champagne nearby.
Yeah.
Oh, Scott. Thank you, Scott. Let me do this one. At this point, it's just the amount of liquid in my stomach is too much.
Love putting Tom through the ringer here, man.
Lance, they have Mountain Dew 4 Locos. Sounds incredible. And also very bad for me.
Mountain Dew 4 Locos. They were doing 4 Locos over on the Raiders.
That's what I saw. What are they doing out there?
Crazy.
It's nonsense. Although you kids don't remember the real 4 Locos.
No.
You don't remember those.
No.
Those, they were right to outlaw.
Yeah. Yeah.
Those were not good for you.
We used to do these things in college called bootleggers. You know what those are?
No.
They're like, it's just like a malt liquor. Like it's not very good, but it's not awful either. And it's like 18% alcohol or something like that. But we used to pregame them. We'd knock down 2 or 3 of those and then go to the bar.
And you're hammered.
That's how you save money, though. They were like $3 a bottle. Like they were kind of small. They were like the size of a flask, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
They did the job. That's for sure. Shout out bootleggers.
The original 4 Loko, if you don't recall, this was like 2005 or 6 or some nonsense. I guess it was late 2000s. It was energy beer because it had alcohol and also caffeine. And then the federal government was like, stop. Let's not do uppers and downers in one drink, okay? Let's be normal here. And they were like, we can't allow you to put caffeine and beer in one beverage. That's not okay. Our children are dying. And they're like, we're not doing this anymore. Which was the right decision.
Yes. Yes.
How many more do I owe? I owe 2 more, right?
3.
2 after this one?
Well, it was. Did you do 1 for Anthony?
I did 1 for Anthony.
Okay, then 1 more for Anthony, 1 more for Scott.
Okay, so 2 after this one.
Yeah.
Jeez, it's bad when I'm burping in between.
Brandon coming in here with another $5 saying, "Be careful, Chris. You are not."
Yeah, let's make Chris do a regular beer bong. How about that?
I am not untouchable.
I'm old now. I'm not built for this the way I used to be. I mean, also it's an entire bottle of champagne.
Yeah. It's tough.
Okay.
Not bottomless today. There is a bottom. To
Yeah,
the
we'll make Stone go buy beer or something. Is what he can go buy champagne or beer.
Yeah,
It's fine.
Yeah.
Unless
Get more
you-
seltzers. a little bit easier.
You know what I should do? I should do a Red Bull bong.
There's one more
There's
left
one
in
Red
there.
Bull in there.
Yeah, there's one more Red Bull left in there.
If we get 100, I will do a Red Bull bong, and I'll do the exact same thing I said I wouldn't do of you shouldn't do of mixing beer and alcohol at once. $100 for the Red Bull bong, and my mom can watch and go, I'm worried about your heart, and I go, I know how many Red Bulls I can have in a day. It's fine. I've had none.
Here we go. We got another $5 super chat here over on the main chat sports stream as well from Greenlight Gang saying, why did you leave the Seahawks channel? I believe Tyler's
over there now. It was always temporary for me. Just running channels until we get a full-time host in there.
Was that before I even got
Oh,
my God. Brandon Hanna. Just bored as hell at work today, my guy. We appreciate that. Everybody spam BH. We'll get back to free agency here in a minute.
Do we have any news yet?
But no, there's been there's been
do
no more
something.
New news. Well, I guess MJ Stewart. Did we talk about him?
No one cares.
Re-signing with the Texans.
No one cares about MJ Stewart. No one cares about MJ Stewart. All right, we're out of champagne. We're a little low on orange juice too, actually.
Brandon. It's going to be between Brandon and Anthony McMillan. They're now tied for the lead over on the Cowboys for the most 50s in the month of March. I almost forgot what month it was.
Okay.
Here we go. Remember, every $10 super chat that goes up for everything $20, $50, $100, whatever is entry into our mini helmet raffle. That's another 10 there from Brandon Hanna.
Taco says MJ Stewart deserves better. Just give me a minute. It's not the alcohol. It is the sheer volume of liquid in my belly. That's the issue right now. That's the crux of the issue here. Oh, man. Yeah, I tend to build up channels to go back to Greenlight Gang, and then pass them off to full-time hosts, because that works pretty well for us. History says. Then with a lot of channels, you can find the original Raiders reports with me on it too.
Oh wow!
You can find original ones.
Oh wow!
But Mitch is perfect for that channel, so that was a no-brainer.
So I think
not how I thought I would die. Mimosa, death by
yeah.
Mimosa.
I honestly thought Mimosa would go down easier.
Honestly, I thought it'd be death by snoo, but who's to say?
Wow, we're doing more here in super chats than the entire NFL is doing free agency right now. Not a whole hell of a lot of moves today, which is kind of expected on day 2. Day 1 was absolutely insane. We started off, Twitter was down for the first 2-3 hours yesterday. That made things just absolutely insane. And then it would just come like every 30 minutes we'd get a flurry of 5 or 6 signings and then nothing, and then 5 or 6 signings and then nothing.
All right, I'm at my max. I'm maxed. I can't do anymore. I'm maxed. So you owe one for sure.
Okay.
If you want to clean it out and have Stone clean it out.
We got some over here. We got one more here from J-Buzz. I'll throw up.
That's it, J-Buzz. Oh, my God. Genty at 12. I'd be pretty shocked if Ibuka fell to 44. I don't really see that one happening. I think given the receiver market, the needs, the depth of the class, I think 44 is unlikely. I don't know if he gets to 24 even. It'd be great if it happened, but I think just the high floor receiver 2, Bobby Tree style receiver I don't think that guy falls all the way down to 44. I think he goes. I think he goes earlier, whether it's receiver 3 or receiver 4 or receiver 2. I just don't think he's going to last that long. Gentry at 12 is possible. I think there's a real chance he's gone. The Raiders at 6 and the Bears at 10 stand out as potential fits there. So Gentry could be there at 12. I also don't know if Dallas would take him at 12. So I think that's kind of a key factor there. But I think Ibuka's just got too many teams need a receiver. There's no way he gets to 44. I just don't see that one happening. Be awesome if it did. I think Burden's gone. I think Ibuka's gone. I think Golden's gone. I think all those T-Mac's obviously gone too. I think all those top receivers are off the board before 44 comes around. I wouldn't be shocked if they were off the board before 32 came around as well. All right, we're going to bring Chris up here for a beer bong. We're out of champagne. So at least one person caught the Futurama joke of death by Snoo Snoo. You have no idea what that episode is, do you? It's so good. That's fair. You're more a Family Guy guy. That's fair. All right, let's bring Chris on here. First time doing a beer bong there, bud? Champagne. He's letting all the foam go away.
The foam is what gets me.
All right. It'll be fine. There you go. You don't have to finish the foam. Don't finish the foam part. All right, one more. Put it in the sink, not the trash can. It's liquid. It's liquid. And you're gonna do the second one for me too? Yeah. Thank you. Fair. All right, let's bring Chris on here. I'm at my limit on beer bongs. I can't do anymore. Do the foam and then drain the foam in the sink. There you go. That is honestly just like let the foam sit for like a minute and then finish it. It's all foam. There's so much foam in there. We're going to make him do more here. By the way, news update, Leonard Floyd is being released by the San Francisco 49ers on the buzz of maybe Joey Bosa signs in the near future with San Francisco. Jay Rizzy, $10. Do you think my 10-year Cowboys Super Bowl dynasty and Madden franchise is enough to get Jerry to hand the keys to the Porsche over? Seen him hire MFs for less. I won national championships with Miami of Ohio in CFB 25 and CFB 14. He ain't give me the keys yet, so I'm not sure what he's really waiting for, frankly. Funny, but he's obviously not going to. Jerry was not acting on Landman when he made this is about family, and that's what I care about, family and everything else. Chris going to pound off some of the non-foam beer right now. There you go. Still a lot of foam in there. Yeah. That's not going to turn into beer. That's fine. He was not acting in Landman. He was dead serious on that. Like that's it's a family business. Sam says, Tom, you ain't looking too good. I'm not feeling too good, I'll be honest with you. Entire bottle of champagne is a lot. That's a lot. I don't feel too good, frankly, but we'll see if I feel better as stuff moves along. My nose keeps running too, which is weird. I'll have Chris get me a tissue here in a second. But I am not looking too good nor feeling too good at this point. Been a lot of beer. Can you give me a tissue when you get a chance? Yeah, my nose is just like running for some reason. Probably from all the alcohol. Draining my sinuses. So, giant snot bubble just filled out there. Excuse me for being rude. That's better. Alex Scott says, self-endangerment for views. It's gladiatorial Rome all over again. But it's me versus myself. So, just go 3. Not doing that one. $5 will discuss your team. $10 for the mini helmet raffle entry. $20 for the Venmo 50/50 raffle. At what going down to enter that one? We will do 10 for the mini helmet. We haven't had any 50/50 raffles yet, so might not have any of those. That's not the end of the world there. If I didn't do it, doesn't happen. It's fine. $5, talk about your team. $10 mini helmet raffle. $20 for the Venmo 50/50 raffle. More super chats coming in with just no signings right now. In this 2 hours we've been live, it's been nothing happening. Here we go. Brandon, how many beers you got left? Chris looks mighty thirsty. How many would hate for him to be left out? Might be time for him to play catch up. Chris, how you feeling, bud?
I'm fine. I can throw down a couple more beers. I can't do a ton because I am a bit of a lightweight, and this ship will go off the rails. But I am down to do a few.
We have several beers left.
Yes.
So we've got Chris can take some, Brandon. Chris can take some. Oh, man. Again, news of the last, half hour? Yeah, honestly,
this is it.
2 news of the half hour. MJ Stewart back with the Texans, details TBD. Leonard Floyd cut by the 49ers, which might be a precursor for Joey Bosa heading to San Francisco. Michael, what we have to give up to get a 4th-round pick? You can package a bunch of your 5s, but it might also be like a future pick involved there. Or trade down. Trade down and get a 4-2. I don't know if there are any players that fit in the 4th-round trade news. I don't know if there's anyone that tracks at that point. Good question, though, Michael. All right, the signings here of late. Since we've gone live, which is almost 2 hours now, it has been nothing. Daniel Jones, 1-year, $14 million deal. Riley Dixon, 2-year, $6 million. Scott Daly back as the long snapper for the Bears, 1-year deal. Kristian Fulton, 2 years, $20 million to the Chiefs. That is their new outside corner for KC. He leaves the Chargers to go to Kansas City. I've always liked Fulton, even though he had some bad years in Tennessee. Those were not some good years here, but kind of rehabbed the stock in L.A. Laken Tomlinson, Houston has 3 of the last 4 moves. How about that? Laken Tomlinson, 1 year, $4.25. Will Harris, 2 years, $8. Kind of a corner safety hybrid for the Commanders. Mario Edwards, 2 years, $9.5. MJ Stewart, details to be determined on that front. Nothing official on Joey Bosa. There is my boy Slick Rick Scoops saying he will be a Niner, so give it like 20 minutes, and we'll probably have that announced by the big insiders, but that wouldn't be a huge surprise. Arizona is going to re-sign Zay Jones as well to a 1-year, $4 million deal. Sorry, 1 year, $4.4 million deal to bring him back. I've also got Daniel Jones' contract nitty-gritty details. So let me read these off. $6 million signing bonus, 7.15 in base salary, which is guaranteed, $850K in active roster bonuses, plus $3.7 million in incentives. So the base value is 1 year, $14 million, and the max value is 17.7. It'll count $14 million, barring void years, on the salary cap. So Zay Jones, the most recent move, 1 year, $4.4 million. If you want the NFL to do something, we've been live for 2 hours and they've made 7 moves. It's been brutal. Like the video if you want some more free agency action here. And speaking of action, Brandon Hanna, again, a $100 super chat. F it. Let's get this ship rocked. Chug a couple beers there, Chris, since no free agency buzz. Let's do a mock draft. Let's do some things. I don't know about that. I don't have the screen sharing software I had briefly for the combine coverage anymore. Chris will pound out some beers here. For what? Could try. I don't know if it would work as well. But it's good to thought there. All right, we'll bring Chris on here to do some beer bongs. Everyone spam BH in the comment section. The screen sharing in the sense of like how things worked really well at the combine. It's not 1-to-1. And also like that was different because it didn't have graphics and it looked fine, but it's not gonna look the same here. Steven says do a beer bong every hour. Dallas does nothing. I've done a lot. I'm not doing more. Also, I would die, and I don't feel like dying today. So, Chris will do 2 beer bongs, right? 2 beer bongs here. And these are back to actual beers now, too. Not a sponsor. Not a sponsor. All right, Chris doing the first beer bong here. There it goes. Looks vaguely green because there is a green screen behind us, after all. So, Chris will do a second one here in just a second, so stay tuned on that front. I physically cannot do any more beer bongs, so. Chris will come back in like 5 minutes when all of this foam is gone. This is all foam right now. This is all foam. Go ahead and just like sit down for like a minute and then come back up here because that one is all beer 2 is all foam. That's not going to go well. We have another signing at least, Chris. We have a signing. The Browns adding Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, the edge rusher of the Bucs last year. 1 year, $4.75 million deal. I like that that deal. I may have been reading Alpha Omega saying Miller Lite is no real beer. Tread lightly. Definitely just. I definitely went Ron Burgundy. Go F yourself, San Diego. That's what's happened there. Ugh. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka to the Browns, 1 year, $4.75 million, which I actually like that deal. Buy low candidate, helps at edge, gives them some more pass rush depth. Former first-round pick, has some talent, hasn't ever quite put it together. I do like that move by Cleveland. They still have no answer at quarterback, but that'll take some time. But Joe Tryon-Shoyinka to the Browns. Do you like the deal? Y for yes, N for no. Feel free to vote. Again, nothing is official on Joey Bosa. I am very much inclined, though, we won't put Rick Slick Scoops on there as officially done yet. But his track record is like 90% the past 2 weeks. It's been very impressive. So give it 20 minutes, and I bet Bosa will be announced by probably Rappaport, would be my guess. Look at that. That's such better beer. No more foam nonsense here. This is a bad chug by Chris. That took a long time. Took Took a long time there, bud. You just got to open up the throat and swallow. He just says, okay. You didn't hear Chris's response, and it was probably for the best. He says no Drewski on that one. Oh my God!
Allegedly,
the timing doesn't make. I don't know. I should not get into the conversation on that, but like that, I actually read that one, and I'm like, this does not pass the smell test. This does not pass the smell test. I was reading that one, and I'm like, there's no way. This reads like one of those like. This was like NBA Centel if they covered accusations. Like I'm just like, there's no way. There's no way that's real. All right, J-Buzz, how would the board need to fall to take Grant to 12? I think you have to have like your pure first rounders off the board. So T-Mac's off the board, Genty's off the board. This is for Kenneth Grant, Michigan, for the Cowboys at pick 12. I think Johnson or Barron are off the board, and or those guys aren't highly rated for Dallas. You know, maybe the Cowboys go, we don't like Barron's arm length, or we got medical concerns with Josh Allen or Will Johnson. It's like it's not out of the range of possibilities, but there's a lot of guys at 12. I'm like, okay, that's fine, but can I trade down and get them? Golden, Ibuka, Grant, Michael Williams. You know, basically all the edges outside of DTs outside of Mason Graham and Abdul Carter who aren't going to be there for you. You know, Malachi Starks, Nick Manwari, the receivers, Golden, Burden, Ibuka. Like the value of those options at like 18 is so much better at 12. But would they be there at 18? Because I think that's kind of the range they most likely end up going. All right, $5 from Jotman. Has Jerry woken up yet? It's about time for their bottom fish deal, hopefully at linebacker. It's depressing to see other teams do stuff. I think it is about time for another, like, they signed so-and-so to a 1-year, $4.3 million deal. Like, that's, we're at that point. I'd be down as well. So, Jacob Marshall, a little behind. I live in Hawaii. You're fine. Don't worry about that. But since we signed Williams, is there a world where we draft Scadaboo? I think there is a world in which they draft Cam Scadaboo. I don't think this is about the Cowboys, by the way, because we are simulcasting on the Cowboys Report and on Chat Sports. I don't think adding Williams prevents the Cowboys from drafting somebody. In fact, I think it's in the fridge for me too. When you get a chance, the orange juice. I think it is more likely than they draft somebody in day 2, maybe day 1. We'll see at running back. Like, you can't enter this year with Javonte Williams in 2025 and Rico Dowdle and Malik Davis and Lipke as your backs. Like, that's not doable. That is not feasible. So I think that whether it's Scadaboo or Hampton or Henderson or Judkins or Genty or Dylan Sampson, whatever, I would be kind of surprised and borderline concerned if the Cowboys ended day 2 and they don't have a back on the roster that they just drafted. Like, they have to. Javonte adds third down value, rotational backup stuff there. You're not paying him very much. Cool, that's awesome. They have to get more talent there. I think the Cowboys' takeaway was they knew Rico was going to get more from somebody. Pittsburgh, Denver, Las Vegas, we'll see. And they went, okay, we'll pivot and sign somebody cheaper. But we'll see. But I think they have to draft somebody on day 2 at minimum. Otherwise, like I don't know what their plan is, frankly. Braden, did Kavante Turpin re-sign with the Cowboys yet? I have not seen official signing of the restricted free agency deal yet. He hasn't seen it yet. Chris hasn't seen it yet. He 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 doesn't know what happened. He doesn't know Anthony wanted to put a $100 super chat in to make you drink. Oh, God. Anthony McMillan, $100 for Chris to do 2 more beer bongs. All right. I'll let you track the most 50s and mini helmet stuff there. Anthony McMillan, a $100 super chat. Stay tuned for details on that one. But Turpin, as of right now, I know there was the report he was going to get the RFA tender. That's probably fair. That was the report they were going to tender him, but he has not signed said tender. I don't think he has to for like a couple more days. So, the second round tender at $5 million is probably what it'll end up being. It's fine for a return man / gadget receiver. So keep an eye on that one being official soon. Mark, aloha. We need players to improve from our starters. Is this DT a BS depth guy, or can we actually supplant someone? Wasted $7 million on a running back and a guard earlier. It might not be 7. Probably around 7, actually, on depth pieces. I think Solomon Thomas is your Chauncey Golston replacement. He can play on the inside, can play on the outside. His cap will probably be $3 million, somewhere in that range. But I don't think he's better than Chauncey Golston. So I don't love it, but that's kind of where we're at. The Cowboys are adding depth pieces, but not adding high-end, impactful options. And it's fine in a bubble, but it doesn't actually make your team better. Thank God it was closed there, Chris. He just dropped his beer. Yeah, good thing he didn't drop. Good thing he didn't drop it. That's all I'll say. Bring it on here. All of these moves are okay, they're fine in a bubble, but they don't actively make your team better. And if they're not making your team better, and you're just kind of almost treading water, that's fine. But other teams use March to get better, and you're just kind of the same right now. So that's always a bit disappointing to me. Okay, I want to see more out of the Cowboys front office. That's just kind of how things go. My boy Slick Rick Scoops does have an update on Aaron Rodgers, by the way, Chris. No decision made. There is a bidding war between Pittsburgh and New York. Steelers want him, but nothing official yet. And I would bet the loser ends up pivoting to Russell Wilson, which is not the funnest idea. I am so curious what the Aaron Rodgers contract ends up looking like in the end. Is it going to be $40 million? Is it going to be 2 years, 90? It's a lot of money to pay someone like that. That is a lot of money. Bring on Chris and answer Matt Hervey's $2 super chat. Are we double dipping in the draft at cornerback now? If they don't sign anybody, they kind of have to. First 2 days and a day 3 pick. Because right now you've got healthy Deron Bland, healthy Kalen Carson, and Kamon Hall, Andrew Booth, I think, is under contract. You have to get cornerback help there. Awful lot of foam there too, bud. Yeah, try to let the beer number 2 sit some too. Yeah, it's not fun. I think you have to add more cornerback help. The Cowboys don't have the depth. They don't have the options, the playable options. Even if Kalen Carson's better this year, you have no nickel options. Kamon Hall was a cut player by the 49ers. He's not enough. They have to get more at corner. So that could be a multiple draft picks. I would love to sign a veteran. They had, I think, a couple of options with, I think, trying to pay Jourdan Lewis. I think there is some value, that the money that they can spend, but can they find someone to slot that role? I don't know, frankly. I don't know. Chris, pour another beer here. Let's go to Mark's $2 super chat. Is the Jets DT, that is Solomon Thomas, better than Poona Ford? I don't think so. He's also getting paid less total than Poona Ford makes per year now. So it's not the most shocking outcome from a value perspective. So I don't think he's better than Poona Ford. Poona Ford costs $10 million. Thomas is going to cost maybe $4 million. It might be more like 3.5 or 3. So I don't think that's going to be a feasible option there. This was the $100 super chat that came in earlier from Anthony McMillan. Chris, drink up. We're 1 beer down. Here comes beer number 2. We can make Stone do 1 too if we need to as well. I'm sure he's down. How are you feeling, bud? If you're feeling all right for now? Okay. Oh, I mean, I burp after every one, so I don't judge you on that one at all. So we'll bring Chris on here in just a second for the $100 second beer bong from Anthony McMillan.
I apologize in advance for not being as fast as guys like Cullen or Chubbs or Chase or Tom. These guys be putting them down, man. I'm not really a beer drinker.
Just open your mouth and swallow.
I only drink alcohol at work.
That's all I do. I don't drink outside of work either anymore.
I barely drink. Well, I never chugged in college. I got pretty famous in college.
Okay. There you go. We don't test. It's fine. There he goes. Slowly but surely. Beer bong going down. There it is. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Anthony. Brandon, a $10 super chat. What highway do you take home? I'll make sure to avoid that route. 75, right? Yeah. 75. We won't leave for like 4 hours, 5 hours. So like we will be fine. Don't have to worry too much about that one. We'll end up being fine. Slash we'll Uber home as needed in the end. That's not the first time, not the last time. We'll do that one there. Quick update on a couple contract details here. Jonathan Allen is actually more of a 3-year, $51 million deal, plus incentives to get to the initially reported 60. So 3 years, 51 is the closer number on Allen for Minnesota. The Byron Murphy, alleged 3 year, 66. Hiccups now. The alleged 3 year, 66 for Byron Murphy is actually more like 3 years, $54 million. So both of those deals look a lot better after the incentives get taken out, which is how it goes sometimes. You don't get the guaranteed money. It's like, okay, but what are you actually getting per year? Mark, Jerry Lewis, you have the talent to win. That's the problem. The money wasted on DT, running back, and guards equal to about 1 year of a corner that's legit. Real smart, JJ. You need both. You need a bigger impact and depth. If you only do the depth, trickle up depth doesn't work as much. It'll work at spots. Like you'll find a good value and boom, you feel good about that spot now. But for every Eric Kendrick signing, there's 2 Royce Freemans and a Ronald Jones. I'm like, okay, that didn't do anything for our team. So the Cowboys have to do more. They have to do more. That's not enough. I agree, Mark. That's not enough in the end. All right, we got to Mark as our most recent one. I think the next one is Z Williams. Our star receiver, CeeDee Lamb, said he can't do it by himself, yet we sit on our hands. All the Cowboys players at this point are, like the high-pay guys, are like, they're aware of how the contracts actually work. Like, did you guys see Joe Burrow go on Pardon My Take and explain how a restructure works? Like, he knows. CeeDee Lamb knows. Dak knows. Micah knows. Hey, if you pay me, you'll save cap space this season. So why not pay me? And go sign some more players. Like, that's kind of the goal. They need to do more than that. Update, by the way, speaking of Kavante Turpin, 3-year deal for Turpin and the Dallas Cowboys. We won't do the full cut yet, Chris. I want to see if we can get some actual contract details on that yet. It makes him, quote-unquote, the highest-paid special teams player in NFL history. I don't actually know what that means. Let me see if I can Google that. Tremont Smith. That's also... Are we counting kickers as special teams players? Because, like, kickers are special teams players. So, like, is that... Tucker makes $6 million per year. Last I checked. So, like, I don't know... Like, is that... Like, I don't know what the actual details are here. Kavante Turpin. I'm going to change the live headline here on Cowboys. Kavante Turpin back to the Cowboys on a $3 million, or 3-year deal, excuse me. Oh, there it is. 3 years, $18 million for Kavante Turpin. To the Cowboys. I was going to guess around 6 or 7. So that actually kind of tracks pretty decently. 3-year, $18 million deal with Kavante Turpin, which kind of makes him the highest paid special teamer. Not fully on that one. If you want to organize with Stone and get yourself set up here, we'll just ride with this here in a little bit. Maybe go to grade the signing, something like that. And then we'll start the cut when you're ready. We'll do a cut on it here. Kavante Turpin is back as a member of the Dallas Cowboys. A 3-year, $18 million deal to re-sign with the Cowboys so they avoid restricted free agency. His cap hit was going to be like 5 and change on the second-year RFA tender. That will bring down the cost of the year 1 cap hit. So, again, the Cowboys have not actually spent very much money. I'm going to make a new pinned poll here. Grade the Kavante Turpin re-signing. Let me do that. A, B, C, D/F. 3-year, $18 million deal. That's not updated if you want to push it across there, Chris. 3-year, $18 million deal for Kavante Turpin. I don't have the guaranteed money yet. Let me do some math here. They were sitting like at $55 million going into this week. They brought back Trent Sieg. That's going to be like 1.5. So let's just say it's 53.5. They brought back Bell. That's going to bring down his cap hit. Let's say that's 52. And then it's going to be $3-ish million for Turpin and the 3 guys they signed. So it's probably at least $40 million still in salary cap space for the Cowboys. At least 40, if not more, depending on what the actual nitty-gritty contract details for Robert Jones and everyone else is. Kavante Turpin back on a 3-year, $18 million deal with the Dallas Cowboys. Let me update the depth charts here too. Special teams and receiver will be updated here momentarily. Turpin, a 3-year, $18 million contract with the Dallas Cowboys. Tentatively for now, I guess, is wide receiver 3, although I'd be willing to bet that the Cowboys try to explore some additional options in the free agency market and draft market as well. Should update in just a second here, Chris. There you go. Turpin, back 3 years, $18 million. Good point, actually, from Chris Romero. Is Turpin any worse than Tutu Atwell, who got 1 year, 10? I kind of don't think he's any worse, and he's more gadget than Tutu Atwell is, but he's a better return man. There isn't a better return man in the NFL. So doing that type of contract, I have no issues with. It is the pin poll on the Cowboys side here. Grade the signing A, B, C, D, or F, as Kavante Turpin is back as a member of the Cowboys for the long term. I don't have guaranteed money at this time for Kavante Turpin. Let me update the tweet out here. Cowboys have now signed 0 players. So let's go through just the Turpin stuff, the depth charts, the stats, and then go to like a weigh-in or something, and then come back to like all the signings so far. All the signings so far. Yeah. And then any supers that come in, we will also get into in a little bit as well. So feel free to get those in here. But the Cowboys have re-signed Kavante Turpin to a 3-year, $18 million deal. We will break this down in depth. We are live right now on the Cowboys Reports and on Chat Sports. This will be a heavy Cowboys Report focused cut here as soon as producer Chris is all set. No details. Sorry, you good? Or were you? Oh, sweet. Sweet. Let's break this down. Oh, good call on the background change. Good call on that one. Let's break down Turpin back with the Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys have made yet another move in NFL free agency, re-signing Kavante Turpin, the return man / receiver, to a deal that makes him one of the highest paid special teamers, matching some other contracts that have been signed from a per year perspective on a 3-year, $18 million deal with the Dallas Cowboys. We will have the full breakdown of this signing, all the moves the Cowboys have made so far, and what I'm estimating is around still $40-ish million in cap space. Could be a bit plus or minus some figures there. But we will have more Cowboys videos for you. When the Cowboys do stuff, we got you covered. Hit that sub button for me for more free Cowboys videos each and every single day. Now, Turpin predominantly has been a return man. The Cowboys have at times gotten him involved in the receiving game and in the backfield and as a runner. He had 31 catches last year, 421 yards. Nice. 2 scores. He took a slant 64 yards to the house. Why it took the Cowboys like 13 weeks to run the slant to Turpin, I will never fully understand. I don't view Kavante Turpin at his diminutive size as a real receiver. He is a gadget guy. He is, to borrow a phrase from Stephen Jones, he's a web back. You know, you're not actually going to get him a dozen 200 touches per game. Snaps per game, yes. He can get, 50-ish touches over the course of a season, not including returns. I would like to see him more involved on jet sweeps, more involved on shorter passes, so he's involved in space and not constantly call up vertical shots to a diminutive wide receiver. And he's also, by the way, of course, one of, if not the best return men in the NFL. So paying $6 million per year isn't an issue for me. At 5'9", 153, listed size, he's sub 5'9" actual size, by the way. Yeah, I don't think he can be an every down wide receiver 3, wide receiver 2. I think you still need impact at that position. But he's also an elite return man. And when you can design stuff to get the ball in space, good things tend to happen. So much like a lot of the Cowboys' moves, and I think this is probably one of the better ones, frankly, I have no issues with the signing. It's that I want more stuff to happen too. So specifically with Kavante Turpin, back to the Cowboys, 3 years, $18 million. Do you like this signing? Y for yes, N for no. It is the pinned comments on today's video. So if that ad comes here on the YouTube side, take advantage of it. Head down there and let me know. Do you like the signing? Y for yes, N for no. The Turpin deal at 3 years, $18 million per year, or $18 million total, $6 million per year, makes him one of the highest paid special teamers. I think for the time being, Justin Tucker is tied at that figure. But given how good he is on returns, some of the gadget stuff you're able to do, I don't have any issues there. And of note, by the way, your special teams unit is mostly back in place. Brian Anger's a free agent. He's a punter. Ideally, he's not going to punt very much, so it doesn't matter. Turpin's back on returns. Dowdle is a free agent, and I kind of think he's going to be gone anyway, so Deuce Vaughn is an option there. Jalen Cropper is an option at punt returner. The things that Turpin does best are returns. Or get him the ball, let him use his speed, get downfield, sometimes muff a kick return and then grab it and go score a 90-yard kick return. That's always fun when that happens there. I have no issues at all giving Turpin what you've paid him. That's about the value I thought it was going to cost. Like, it's high-end return man money, but he's not just a pure special teamer. He can, I think, be your receiver 4. Ideally receiver 5 if you had somebody good, but receiver 4 is fine. And I think you feel pretty good about that receiving core. Get him involved on gadget stuff. And I will also make note to here, by the way. 3 years, $18 million. It's not going to be $6 million on the year 1 cap. It'll probably be more like 3 or 4. And that is going to be less than the expected second-round tender of $5 million in change would have been. So it will, relative to his RFA tender cost, actually save the Cowboys money. I would assume guaranteed-wise, probably at least $8 or $9 million at minimum in terms of the guarantee. I've not seen guaranteed money yet. That's about the cost there. Now, the turnover chain is available for all you Cowboys fans out there. Chatsports.com/Cowboys chain. Is it over there today, or did I put it away? Put it in and toss it to me real quick there? Yeah, we'll do this on the fly here. Just throw it. See if I can catch stuff. There we go. The turnover chain, just like this one right here, is available. Chatsports.com/Cowboys chain. You can get yours today. This is the silver chain link. They've got a navy chain link as well. It's over on Fanatics. Chatsports.com/Cowboys chain. Let's recap the moves made by Dallas. Then we can spend a bit more time on Turpin on offense here. Honestly, the Osa re-signing looks pretty valuable, given that it is a 4-year, $80 million deal. And Milton Williams got 4 years, $26 million per deal. So getting Osa done on a team-friendly, frankly, contract looks good. The first time I've actually seen CJ Goodwin details. I have not seen this yet. 1 year, 1.42. Markquese Bell is 3 years, 9, up to 12. Again, that's fairly cheap. Trent Sieg, the long snapper, it's the vet minimum, essentially. Okay? And then 3 outside signings. Javonte Williams, 1 year, 3. Robert Jones, 1 year, 4.75. Solomon Thomas, 2 years, up to 8. Again, I think the up to figures for Thomas and Jones will probably actually be less than the up to. It'll probably be more like 3.5 and 6 or something like that. And there will be incentives that are not like to be earned and, snaps and playoffs because neither team made the playoffs. So, you add playoffs to the incentives, and those don't like to be earned. Depth options there. And they retained Turpin for a smaller cap hit in 2025 than the 5.3 whatever cap hit would have been on the second-round RFA tender. So grade this signing. A, B, C, D, or F, as Kavante Turpin is back long-term, for the NFL at least, with the Dallas Cowboys. A, B, C, D, or F. Go vote in the comments section of today's show. The return option, it's a no-brainer. It's easy. It's simple. He's really good at it. Offensively, I think he's always going to be limited. This is why size matters. Ask your girl if she's being honest with you. Size does matter. At 5'9", 153, he is going to be limited with what he's able to do as an actual every down receiver. I think like elite level, Tavon Austin usage is all you'll probably get there. When you do 3 receivers and 4 receivers or 5 receivers and you go 4 receivers, 1 tight end, whatever, let him put out there. They found some success putting in the backfield. That's what was so frustrating to me this past year. Is the Kavante Turpin lined up at running back package was put in the playbook in training camp. That was not a mid-season change. That was in the playbook in training camp. And they didn't do anything with it until like December. Like, why? I think offensively, speed is important. Turpin brings speed the Cowboys don't actually have. They need that. They need more of that, frankly. If you can design 2 to 5 touches every game, somewhere in that ballpark, that's probably about the right offensive usage. And if it's impactful, plus, getting to the, other elements of maximizing your contract there and the return value stuff, that's fine for me. I don't have any issues bringing back Kavante Turpin. But, $6 million per year isn't enough of, the big-time splashy moves. They have to add more real impacts. But in a bubble, 0 complaints about bringing back Kavante Turpin. That'll be available on demand here in a little bit on the Cowboys Report. Grade the signing, A, B, C, D, or F. Let me know in the comments of today's show. 63% right now voting on the Cowboys Report side, since that's where the pin side is. 63% voting A, 29% voting B, 7% voting C, 1% D or F. I'm inclined to agree. That's fine. Like B plus, A minus for me. It's just like, that can't be your big move. Like Osa and Turpin can't be your big moves. You have to add more. But in a bubble, it's good. All right, many super chats to get to here. Gatlin, $5. If you need someone to simply chug beers, I'm available 1,000%. We did almost hire someone just to chug beers one time. We decided that that's probably a bad decision. But it would have been funny. Who? Yes. And we went, that's a bad idea because that's not good. Trap House. That's music, right? Trap House music is a thing? Oh, shit. That's what I'm thinking of. Okay. Thoughts on Mike Green from Marshall? Thinking he could be a steal. Look, got him at the outfield, don't you? I like Mike Green a lot. I think he was really good this year for Marshall. I think he's a talented pass rusher. If you trust the off the field, which every team is going to spend, I'll call it like extra man hours, extra research time, extra like, hey, let's figure out what's going on here. If you trust the off the field, sure. But every NFL team is going to be like, okay, we have to figure out what actually happened here. And like, do we trust the player? Mike Green, some players when they get drafted are made by your GM. Like this is the guy the scouts like. Day 3, it's like the scouts like this guy. We'll take him. Quarterbacks drafted by your owner. Let's be honest there. Some guys drafted by your doctor. Like, hey, does he pass the medical stuff? Brian Brasso has always told a great story of the Packers flunked Larry Allen from a medical perspective, so they did not draft him. Cowboys did, and Larry Allen kicked their ass for a decade plus. Mike Green is going to be drafted by your private investigator, and they're going to go hire him and go investigate. I think the Cowboys had a former FBI guy for a while, like in charge of that stuff. Like they'll be like, I also remember this story. I forget what team it was. It might have been the Bucks. But a team passed on Justin Blackmon one year because they sent someone down to Stillwater. And he sat in the same bar every day. And every day Justin Blackmon came in. And he went, we can't take this guy. Like, we can't do this. He's not trustworthy. And they were right to pass on him. So like that's the danger of Mike Green. What's up, Chris?
I think too with Mike Green, we went to the NFL Combine, and he first thing when he came up to the podium was he talked about that situation.
Yeah.
You know, you can take that any kind of way you want to, but I think it's a positive thing that he came out and was just straight up addressed it. Like, didn't try to hide it or
I was kind of surprised by
question.
That.
Yeah, same
I was kind of
too.
surprised. Like, that doesn't – I want to give him credit, but you have to investigate that, and it kind of is like a okay, let's see what happens type of deal. Mark could probably keep the Turpin one up there for a little bit too. I had spent money on Allen over Osa. This is pathetic. 3 years, 51 is the actual number for Jonathan Allen. 480 for Osa, and then was 4106, right? For 4104 for Milton Williams, something like that. Osa's younger. Allen, I think, is better right this second, but that might change in 2 years. Nader, I'll shoot Jerry if he doesn't do anything this time. Does kick returner count? No, it does not.
They've already tripled their signings from last year.
They've done a lot more than previous years.
Outside signings.
They've done a lot more. A lot more. But that's how it goes. Hunter O'Neill. You think the 4-time Pro Bowl receiver should team up with his brother and join the Cowboys this week? This is like, I always get a kick out of watching the draft show podcast for the Cowboys. It's really good, and my guy Botch crushes it. And they're like, hey, you know, this guy on the West Coast, because it's a team platform, so they can't mention the name of the player because that's not allowed. It's tampering technically. It's like they can't mention it, so they're just like speaking in tongues. Yes, the 4-time Pro Bowl receiver whose brother is on the Cowboys and most recently spent his time in the same state as Dallas is how you would like to discuss that one. I can say it. We're independent. It's Stephon Diggs. I have some questions long-term about Trayvon Diggs. I think in general, though, even with Turpin back, like, he was always going to be back. Like, this does not, like, I go, you have a receiver too. No, you don't have a receiver too. You're paying him $6 million. Like, you're not paying him anything. Like, I don't think you have to worry too much about Turpin being back. I still worry about getting an actual wide receiver too. And then, like, Turpin and Tolbert can kind of tag team receiver 3, receiver 4 in different roles. That's probably fine. King Leo, $10 into our mini helmet raffle. I don't think this locks you in. I don't think this locks Turpin at all into the wide receiver 3 spot. I mean, Tutu Atwell, who is the receiver 3 for the Rams, got 1 year, $10 million fully guaranteed. This is 2 more years and $8 million more total. I don't think this locks Turpin into anything more than gadget guy, try to get him more involved on offense, return man superstar, but you're still searching for an actual wide receiver too. I don't think the Cowboys can get up there in August and go, or July and go, we have Tolbert, Turpin, and Lamb. We don't need another wide receiver. That's fine. I think that at this point, this is just you brought back a chess piece, creative, gadget guy on offense, and your return man. I don't think we have to force anything else into that mindset. Now, on the chat sports side, Larry wants to discuss the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. If you had Tampa signing Hassan Reddick to open up free agency as the first move, congrats. You made all of us look dumb. I did not see that one coming. I thought that was a fine move, though. Packers or Bucks were pretty active on day one. Lavonte David, who, I got in trouble a couple years ago claiming that Devin White was the most overrated player in the NFL, and Lavonte David was awesome. History has proven me right as far as I'm concerned. David, 1 year, $10 million. As long as he wants to play, bring him back. He has not really shown that much signs of slowing down. Ben Bredesen back at guard. Hassan Reddick replacing, obviously, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka signing with the Browns today. So some depth there at edge. And Chris Godwin back. He's good at football. I just sign good players sometimes. And, $22 million I know is a lot. but also like that's a good player. So I bring him in, keep him there. They also got a punter. The Bucs' biggest draft issue, semi-hyperbole here, has been the fact that they have spent a tremendous amount of draft capital on special teamers. Let me pull this up here real quick. They spent a 4th-round pick 3 years ago, a 4th-round pick on Jake Carmada, who is terrible and, like, isn't good at football, period. There was a 4th-round pick on him. There was the 2nd-round pick on who was Goggles guy? Not Goggles. The 2nd-round pick, the FSU kicker, Roberto Aguayo. And then there was another kicker that they drafted at some point. So let me pull this up here. Pull up the draft history. Let's see. Roberto Aguayo in the 2nd, a trade up in 2016. Then in 2019, they drafted Matt Gay in the 5th, who they also cut. And then 2022, they drafted Jake Carmada in the 4th, who they cut. Like, every 3 years, they draft a punter or a kicker, and it's bad. Don't do it. Stop doing it. Mr. TD is right. Going kicker early has never worked out for a team. It has never worked out. Because the thing that I always come against there is like, yes, even if you get the best possible range of outcome on, hey, this kicker we took ended up being really good. Like, for example, Sebastian Janikowski back in the 2020 draft, like he was 2000 draft, he was awesome. It will never be the actual best pick you could have made. There will always be somebody better. The Raiders could have drafted Sean Alexander 2 picks later. He was awesome. Like, Keith Bullock was a multi-time Pro Bowler a couple picks later. It's never actually the best move possible. So never draft a kicker or punter early. It's just nonsense. J-Buzz turned out last year, but was Butler starting caliber? Big A, Big C is right. I don't respect kickers. I don't. Butler was solid-ish when pressed into duty, but I think Butler is more of like he's your corner 4, and you have better guys in front of you, and when inevitably injuries happen, you feel okay about that. He's also coming off a torn ACL. He's not going to be ready for week 1, I don't think. So that's kind of like, you need more help there. A lot more help, frankly, in the end. So, Mark, what are your thoughts on Mingo? I think it's a waste. Look, I don't want to be negative against Mingo. I don't want to put my frustration with the Cowboys trading a 4th-round pick for no reason for a receiver who was bad in Carolina and they had a 3rd-round grade on, which made no sense. I don't want to put my frustration on Mingo. That is a ownership, Jerry Jones-led mistake. I do want to acknowledge that. But, like, we're talking about people are like, can Turpin be a receiver 3? Or we're just ignoring Mingo. And for good reason. It wasn't a good enough move. And I think that's not something we should ever neglect there. You want to bring yourself on here? Because I got to go pee finally.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, did you think going into a new coaching staff, can it turn around with Mingo?
It can, but you can't trust him to. And I need a receiver too, so I'm going to have to invest heavily in that spot, which kind of like lessens the impact there of Mingo. So I'm going to take a very quick pee break here. We'll bring on producer Chris. I will be back on and answer any more super chats, comments, everything else as they come in. Chris, take it away.
All right, make sure you guys are subscribed right here to Chat Sports and the Cowboys Report, no matter what you're watching on right now. We're going to get to some more of these super chats here in just a second when Tom gets back. I want you guys to, he's got better analysis on these guys, so I want you guys to really get your bang for your buck there. But make sure you guys are subscribed. I would assume we're going to be live tomorrow. Don't know the plan 100%, but, if you're subbed, you'll know. Hit that notification icon as well. Not a lot has been going on so far in NFL free agency today. Only a handful of moves so far, which is, kind of expected here on day 2. All the good players get taken on day 1. So, we're having a lot of fun here. Hope you guys are as well. Let's see. I see Mike Thomas in the chat saying, are we actually going to get any more signings today? They're going to trickle in. It's not going to be the same level as yesterday where, yesterday would have gone a whole lot smoother if Twitter wasn't down. But, yesterday we would get these spurts of like every 20, 30 minutes, 5, 6, 7 guys at a time. And we'd talk about them. But now it's going to be some of those deep cuts. Some of those deep cut players that you don't really necessarily always know. But that's just how NFL free agency goes. If you don't jump in early on, that's tough to get some of those players outside of that. So, see who we got here. Hawkeyes also jumping in on the Cowboys Report saying, hit that like button as well. Appreciate everybody who is joining in, both on our Cowboys stream and our main chat sports stream as well. If you can't tell, I'm looking back and forth here. I got Cowboys over here. I got the main chat sports channel over here. So I'm kind of trying to read both of the chats at once here. But it's been a crazy week. Been a crazy 2 days so far here at Chat Sports. But we are here for you guys. We are trying to make the most out of day 2 as we can. As Tom is back, that's one of the quickest P's ever.
And not a crook. We'll break down more super chats here. As long as the supers come in, we can stay live. But given the complete lack of action in free agency, we're rapidly approaching when there are no more moves, we'll sign off, which is not fun at this time. But several more super chats to get to. I am going to tweet out the Kavante Turpin details. Thank you, Stone, for getting that one video. I heard him say thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Garrett Alexander Brewster to stay $1 super chat. Thank you very much, Garrett. I appreciate that. Cool Sharky, wondering when Tom realizes this is his OnlyFans. I think it's only drinks. That's what this is at this point. Let me get the Kavante Turpin tweet out here.
I saw somebody in the main chat sports channel as well asking if we're going to talk about anything other than Cowboys. $5 super chat. We'll talk about your team.
Yeah, $5 talk about your team. Also, do something.
There's not much going on right now.
Kavante Turpin is the signing that's happened. I would love to talk about, Amari Cooper signs with insert team here. I would love that.
Or Aaron Rodgers. That would just
give me something.
That'd be a banger right now.
I agree. I would love to talk about not Cowboy stuff, but no one's done anything.
Where we're at.
It's frustrating. All right, read this next super chat while I get this tweet out here.
We got a $10 super chat here from Stephen Capiz. I'm just going to go with Capiz. He said, what's up, Tom? With the lack of impact moves, do you see Micah Parsons playing out his contract and testing free agency?
I don't, and this is often true for a lot of the top players. The Cowboys have the 5th-year option on Micah Parsons. They have 2 franchise tags. Micah is 3 years away from actually hitting free agency. That's a long time to wait when eventually the money will be enough to say yes. So I would not presume that Micah's going to try to long play this one. I think Micah is, despite not always being the best public speaking guy, I think he is pretty well versed in being media savvy and knowing what benefits him. His deal with Bleacher Report wouldn't have happened if he was playing in, I don't know, Tampa or something, which is still a pretty big market. It wouldn't have happened. So I think Micah wants to be a Dallas Cowboy, and eventually he will sign an extension. It's a matter of when do the Cowboys kind of get that ball rolling a bit more. This next one I finish up the tweet here.
We got $2 from Anthony P here. Why won't Jerry Jones just admit we are a 4-year rebuild? Well, I'll kind of start here, and Tom can take over while he tweets.
I know where you're going with this, and I agree.
I feel like it's because Jerry's going to retire here in a couple of years. He says he's not going to, but he doesn't want to rebuild when he's so close to the end, man. Like,
okay, that part I agree.
Yeah, and so it's he may not retire, but he's so close to the end, he doesn't want to rebuild.
Yeah, look, they're not rebuilding. We might not like how they are building, but this is not a team that is actively trying to rebuild. They might not be good enough to win championships, but these moves that have been made are not moves that are indicative of, yes, we are rebuilding, we are retooling this, we are tearing it down to the studs. This is not some, like, grand blow. Like, everyone always says, go get Arch Manning. You're not bad enough to get Arch Manning. Like, there are a few teams who are actually bad enough to go get Arch Manning. Dallas is not. Like, they were profoundly disappointing this past year, and they finished outside the top 10 of the NFL draft. You know, if Arch Manning or Garrett Nussmeier or Cade Klubnik or whoever you think is going to be the next great quarterback prospect, I think they're great. They're not going to be there long enough, or late enough, I should say, to, like, handle things on that front. I don't buy that as a likely option. From Mark, no way. The running back, guard, and DT are more impactful than Poona Ford. I like, overall impact, I agree. Snap counts, probably more in favor of everybody else, but I actually agree. Like, that's why I would like to see, like, give me a splash move here. Like, you paid Markquese and Kavante Turpin, and both those guys are going to cost less than the actual, like, RFA tender would have cost. So, like, I agree. One time, as a Cowboys fan, I'll go homer here. One time, I would like to have to talk myself into, wow, this $10 million deal they gave is actually pretty solid, and not like the $3 million backup is good. Like, that one time, I want to do that. I haven't done that ever on an outside free agent. That one time. I have to bring Stone back in for this one. Favorite King Von song? Stone! What? Took her to the O. Is that a sex thing? Stone says took her to the O. I have no idea what that actually is. What the fuck does that mean? How do you do, fellow kids? Shout Nick Wright. Fondle. Other things. Lance Dunbar says Tom listens to 88 Stings. That's, for those of you that don't know, that's one of Cole Beasley's rap songs. My hot take is that Cole Beasley is a better rapper than Bossman Fat is. Also, he's terrible. Cowboys need to use Deuce Vaughn better. Sure. Would they actually use him? I don't know. Just Ants. Is that like OnlyFans, but it's just like ants crawling around the entire time? Do you see Turpin in the role that Cooks had? I don't. He's not that receiver. It's not who he is. He's not impactful like that. Return man, gadget guy, hell yeah. He's Tavon Austin. Receivers of the market who are offering. Let's go through some of the top wide receivers out there. It's kind of a bit of a quiet market right now, but there are no top names out there. Stephon Diggs, Keenan Allen, Tyler Lockett, Amari Cooper, DeAndre Hopkins. I guess kind of Deontay Johnson, but I don't trust him. Mike Williams, Elijah Moore, Brandin Cooks, Tyler Boyd, Juju Smith-Schuster, DJ Chark, and Rondell Moore. Demarcus Robinson, Noah Brown. You've got some like veteran old guys that can be like wide receiver 3. Cooper Kupp, I would not be surprised if he ends up getting cut, is an option. But there's a lot of like third and fourth contract wide receivers who are coming off injury or battled injuries or are old that I think could help benefit a team, but also just aren't the guys they were in their prime type of deal. As we sit here right now, there's not been enough moves. I guess the most recent like non-Cowboys NFL update that just happened isn't even really a signing. The Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu, has reworked his deal to re-sign with stay with the New Orleans Saints. And the last other news update was a half hour ago. Leonard Floyd re-signed, or was cut, released by San Francisco. The last outside signing on my timeline was Bradley Bozeman contract details. Turpin was 40 minutes ago. More nitty-gritty contract details. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka was an hour ago. So I understand your frustration if you are a general NFL fan of talk about stuff. Nothing's happened. That's why I want signings to happen. Give me Aaron Rodgers. Give me something of note as we sit here with like no news at all on day 2 of free agency and just a tremendous amount of nothing happening. So this is the super chat menu. $5, we will talk about your team. $10, the mini helmet raffle. $20 for the Venmo 50-50 raffle, which we haven't had any yet so far. I feel better. I will open up one $50 super chat for a beer bong, which at this point, I think we have one of the leftover Happy Dads. No, I'll pick some up later. I guess I'll do an actual beer, like a man, for one $50 super chat. Make sure it's cold on the Miller. I don't want a warm Miller. Thank you. One $50 super chat, I will do a beer bong. Because I feel better right now. I feel better. $50 for that. Some of the pee really helped. Draining a lot of fluid out of there. This is ridiculous. This is like an hour and a half ago. This is all that's happened in the last hour and a half. Will Harris, safety/corner, 2 years, $8 million with the Commanders. Mario Edwards Jr., 2 years, $9.5 million. MJ Stewart, back to the Texans. Details to be determined. Zay Jones, 1 year, $4.4 million as well. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, the edge rusher from the Bucs to the Browns on a 1 year, $4.75 million deal. Kavante Turpin, 3 years, $18 million deal with the Cowboys. Guaranteed money to be determined. There were some trades earlier today, but it has been a pretty quiet day across NFL free agency. So, let's go to Calvin first. I knew it was going to happen. I knew once I offered it was going to happen. We have a $50 super chat from Calvin Raphael. That's how I'm going to pronounce it, like the Ninja Turtle. Raphael, I'm going to call it that way. You are in, Calvin. That's 5 50s in the month of March. You are 3 behind the current leader, Anthony McMillan. Drink up, Tom. What about a trade for Alexander from the Packers for the Cowboys? I would not be surprised if Alexander gets cut. I think Green Bay is like kind of trying to slow play this and get a trade, but the contract is not, it's not good. Like, it is an expensive contract for a player that has been unable to consistently stay healthy over the course of his recent NFL career. So I would not assume that a trade for Alexander is really a good idea for Dallas. If he's cut, though, I'm highly intrigued because he can slot in the nickel at times when you go into different packages. He can play on the outside. So in the event Alexander's cut, I'm actually very interested. But trades, I don't really want to pursue that one. There is another update. Type me if you know who this is. Darrington Evans is heading to their, re-signing, with the Buffalo Bills per his agency. No contract details there. Reminds me of the year that Rico Dowdle signed with the Cowboys, and I was the first Cowboys guy to tweet the news because the agency tagged Rico Dowdle, but they added him, so only people who followed Rico and the agency saw it, so nobody saw it. So, I was, super early on that. Let me get some of this foam out of there. Then I'll do the beer bong here. It's not just you, blah, 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 blah. I do think Alexander as a cut candidate is highly intriguing for a lot of people there. All right, Mark, a $5 super chat here. Will is great at personnel. First past couple drafts have been horrible. Our depth players have done squat, and who decided to trade to first? Will? Or 2 4s? I very much believe that the 2 4s trades were Jerry and Steven. I don't think Will gets trade inputs outside of this is the draft trade chart value input. I don't think he has a lot of influence there. I don't want to make it sound like, I know I'm kind of bordering on that, of all the good stuff is done by Will, all the bad stuff is done by the Jones boys. Will is kind of the compromiser of the organization. When they get to the draft, they're going to have input from Jerry and Steven and the scouting department led by Will and the coaching staff. And Will will kind of be this is probably what the consensus is. So I think Will probably shoulders more blame. This is Will McClay, the Cowboys' de facto GM, than for Mozzie Smith than Taco Charlton. Taco was very much a Rod Marinelli pick. I think Will had plenty of influence on Mozzie. And then this past year, they ran into issues again of they had to draft for need. And when they draft for need, they do bad stuff. They force a pick on Guyton, who was always going to be a developmental guy. Check in a year, see if he's better this time next year. I would bet that he is. It's going to take time, though, too. And round 2 has always been a problem for this team. And that's the issue, too. Even the best drafting team is not going to get every pick right. If you hit 60% of your picks, you're incredible. That's 40% you miss. And a lot of needs to fill in free agency, which this team doesn't like to dabble in very frequently. All right, read off this one for me, Chris. I will potentially regret this beer bong. Let's do it.
All right, before I read this one off, I'm going to throw out a deal out there.
Uh-oh.
It's got to come on the main Chat Sports stream.
Okay.
I'll do a beer bong, $50 beer bong, but it's got to come on the main Chat Sports stream. We've got a lot coming on the Cowboys stream now. I want to get the Chat Sports stream some love here, too. So $50 beer bong, got to come on the main Chat Sports stream. I'll do that there. $5 here, from Cromero. Is it crazy how the Cowboys do the bare minimum? Feels like they're cooking like crazy. You got to love being a Cowboys fan. Yeah, I mean, they really haven't done anything, and it feels like they've done a lot. One guy last year outside free agency, 3 guys this year, excuse me. Makes it feel like they're doing a lot, but they really hadn't done anything.
Hey, when the bar's down here, This feels good. That's kind of my issue, though. All the individual moves are fine. But when your biggest move is, we signed Javonte Williams and a guard no one had heard of before. I'd heard him because I have no goddamn life. That's not true. I play video games sometimes. I'm deep into PGA Tour 2K25 as a golfer. I like it. It's fun. It's more realistic. And they added Solomon Thomas, which I think is kind of more of a Will McClay special too. That's not enough. When those are your 5th, 6th, and 7th best moves, okay, let's talk. When those are your 3 moves, that doesn't move the needle very much. All right, $10 from Drew DTX. Thoughts on Asante Samuel Jr. if we cut Diggs? I do want to address this. I talked about it on last Sunday. No, 2 Sundays ago when Slick Rick, which might end up being his only miss in free agency. I don't know if Diggs is going to get cut. The Trayvon Diggs contract is inconsistent. Spotrac and Over the Cap have different numbers on the signing bonus, which matters because if you cut him, there's a $3 or $4 million difference overall. That's kind of a big deal. I do know this. Trayvon Diggs' base salary is guaranteed. It is guaranteed for injury. And the guarantee for injury clause kicks in once it is signed. Then it becomes fully guaranteed later in March. So you could post June 1st him and basically not eat any dead money, but you're also not having any benefits of playing him, and you're still paying him not be on your roster. I know that there is frustration from the Cowboys with just how Diggs has handled his rehab, but I have doubts that they'd actually cut him. I don't think anyone wants to trade for him either. And especially losing Jourdan Lewis, this might be let's keep him and hope he plays, and then we'll reevaluate next year. And next year he's going to be on the chopping block for sure. I would still pursue Asante Samuel Jr. I liked him a lot coming out of Florida State. I had him much higher than Kelvin Joseph. His arm length for the Cowboys, not every team does it, most teams do. The Cowboys have thresholds. If your arms aren't this long, if you don't run this fast, you're off our board. And NFL teams' boards are not 256 picks. They're 140-ish. That's all they have on there. They'll take guys off due to medical and character and threshold stuff. Some teams, if you're a tackle and your arms are 33 inches, you are not a tackle for us. You are now a guard. That's not always right. You will miss on players doing that. But you'll also trim off a lot of busts in the process. And Asante Samuel didn't have the size the Cowboys liked. Osiris Torrance didn't have the athletic ability that the Cowboys liked, which is funny because I kind of think this new coaching staff will like him a little bit more than the old one did in the end. But I would go sign Asante Samuel. He can do inside-outside stuff. I need someone to do that. You have to go get a corner. You can't enter July with maybe a draft pick, Deron Bland, hurt Trayvon Diggs, hurt Josh Butler, and benched Kalen Carson. That's not good enough. I don't know if Carson could play at the nickel. In an ideal world, I would like to have Kalen Carson slotted as my number 3 or number 4 outside corner. That's what I want to do. Are they going to spend on that? I don't know. We'll see. Eli, special teams needs to grow up. I read this as no more penalties, and I agree. The penalty boys have been a real issue there. Hunter, do you want Cooks back? No, I don't. Not because I think he's a god-awful player, but because I'm counting math here. I've got Turpin back. I've got Lamb. I've got Tolbert. I've got Mingo. I've got Flournoy. I've got Brooks. If I bring back Brandin Cooks, my concern is this team is going to go, we're good at wide receiver. We don't need anybody else. when you're very clearly not. So I would rather let Cooks leave, have a need at wide receiver, so I can draft somebody potentially better. I almost want to force them to draft a receiver there. Mark, round 1 receiver, round 2 back. Use a 5th and move him in round 3 for a DT or BPA. Sign Puna and Allen, this team that competes now. Instead, Jerry signs backups to backups. Like I kind of mentioned earlier, it'd be really cool if one time I got to be like, the Cowboys signed this $10 million a year player. There might be sticker shock there, but they did something in free agency on an outside free agent one time. Like, one time, I would like to be able to do that. And it hasn't actually happened. More Super Chats to come. We are live right now on the Cowboys Report and on Chat Sports as we sit here with Chris offering up a $50 Super Chat for a beer bong if it comes in on the Chat Sports side, which we've been live for how many hours now? Three-ish hours. And there's been about 3 signings, which is kind of crazy. We've got NFL jerseys for you. Chatsports.com/NFL jersey. Link will be in the comment section and the description of today's show. That's chatsports.com/NFL jersey. It's officially licensed from our friends over at Fanatics, official Nike jerseys. I guess right on which side that was on, by the way. Shout out me. Chatsports.com/NFL jersey. Go get yours today. Link will be in the comment section and the description of today's show. I would love to spend more time on the Chat Sports, like general NFL stuff, but nothing's happened. There's jack squat going on right now. So we'll hit supers as long as they come in, stay live as long as they come in, and I guess we can get to the Ravens news here. Once that comes in, it'll probably be a half second behind here. But we'll get to that here in just a second. It is news might be pushing it a little bit, if we're being honest here. There's not a lot of options there. Mark, let's do a vote, Tom. Tom or Jerry Jones for GM? Who's better? Me, right? Come on. I would try. I might flame out and fall apart and have a disaster, but I try, damn it. I would try real hard to build this team the way I think could be more of a competitive unit. Cool Sharky, $5. Think Charlotte and Jerry Jr. are tired of dad and bro being content with mediocrity. I think Charlotte is your best bet to change some of the fortunes of Dallas in kind of the same way that Katie Blackburn helped change the fortunes of the Bengals with more influence there. I think Jerry Jr.'s in the exact same bucket as Catboy and dad are. Jerry Jr. was allegedly heavily involved in wanting Schottenheimer as the head coach. So, Byron Joe David. We have a number 2 receiver, and we know who it is. I don't think you do, actually. I don't think you do. Like, not a good number 2 wide receiver. It's not Mingo. It's not Tolbert. It's not Turpin. It's not Ferguson. It's not our Small King. I think you need an actual number 2 receiver, and I think you can find that guy in round 1 or on day 2. But I would not be mad at signing somebody too. David Pope, AB, says Rodgers to the Steelers 2-year deal, no money info. That's not that dissimilar from what Mike Florio had speculated. I think Florio said 2 years, 90 was his prediction there. Which I can't get on board with $290 for Aaron Rodgers. That's so much money for a guy that hasn't been good in 2 years and is old. That's very spooky to me. All right, if you are watching on the Chat Sports stream or the Cowboys stream, hit that sub button, youtube.com/chatsportstv for more free NFL and Cowboys videos. The minor NFL update here. We got a fullback move. Patrick Ricard is back with the Ravens on a 1-year fully guaranteed contract. That is the biggest NFL move in like an hour. is Patrick Ricard back with the Baltimore Ravens, and it's a fullback. Darrington Evans is back with the Bills. Back with the Bills, I should say. Tyrann Mathieu restructured his deal. Okay. This is very, very, very boring for me. This is not entertaining action and traction and things are happening in free agency. I need Aaron Rodgers to do something. I need something to happen there. I need Russ to sign. I need action. I need a receiver to go off the market. It's not a great class, but boy, it's boring right now. It's boring. Christopher C. Thoughts on pit targets for day 1, day 2. I like Barron, Bird, Simmons at 21, Milroe, Cam Williams, Scadaboo at 83, OG3, Denzel Burke, Tez Johnson at 122. So that's Ollie Gordon. Let's go in order of where I have these guys. I've got Barron, Burden, both in round 1. So I'd love those picks there. And I think Burden, you throw him in the slot. Boy, that's a fun offense, receiver-wise. I don't know where they're going to play Troy Fautanu. So I don't know if you badly need Josh Simmons, but the medical is a big factor there coming off the torn patella tendon. But if you love the value and want to play Fautanu at guard, that's probably fine. But I think Suomalo and Frazier and Fautanu and McCormick can handle that. So I'd probably go Barron or Burden if one gets to you. I am a big fan of Barron. I think he can do outside or nickel stuff. I think he's awesome. He's one of my favorite guys this year. I would be fully on board with that as a pick in round 1. Round 2, it's probably where you got to take Milroe, or at 83, excuse me. So you don't have round 3 and on the second round pick now. Milroe's fine. If you want a developmental right tackle in Cam Williams, sure, maybe give Fautanu a year or 2 at tackle, and then if it doesn't work, try Cam at right tackle. Scadaboo, though, I think it's a fun fit. I kind of like either Barron or Burden. I kind of like Scadaboo a lot there. Like he's kind of your bigger back to pair with Jalen Warren, and he and Patterson can both pass catch. All 3 guys can pass catch. I kind of like that one there, which I think kind of takes off Ollie Gordon. So I'll go Barron/Burden, Scadaboo at 83, and then give me either Burke or Tez Johnson at 122. Whichever one you don't go with Burden or Barron. I think that's actually a pretty good haul for Pittsburgh. You fill corner, you fill running back, you fill wide receiver. I think that's probably a pretty good one. We got to David Pope earlier with Rodgers and the Steelers. Mark says BB, Overshown, and Smith are the only players in 3 years that we got. Let's go through the Cowboys draft history here. It's been a lot more misses than I think any fan base would like. We'll see about, I think Leofau could be a piece. It's too early on Guyton and Nealon, but year 1 was kind of disappointing. Mozzie has been a disappointment. Schoonmaker has been a disappointment. Fayoko's off the team / kind of out of the NFL already. Awesome Richards as a 5th round, if he can be your swing tackle, is actually a hit. But Eric Scott's a miss. We'll see about Deuce Vaughn. We'll see about, Jalen Brooks being receiver 5 is fine, but, that's not good enough with you're missing on round 1 and round 2 picks there. We'll see about Sam Williams if he's healthy this year. I think Ferguson's a hit. He's been a starting tight end for you. Obviously, Ferguson's a hit. Tolbert has gotten better, but I was hoping for more. Let's Go's been a miss. Deron Bland has for sure been a hit for you. Damone Clark is not. Ridgeway's not. Harper is not. And then, honestly, go back to the 2021 class. It's Micah and Osa is kind of Izzy Mukwamu because he's stuck around for the time of his contract, but that's kind of it in the end there. Michael, thoughts on Kendrick or Gilly reunion? Before we get to that, by the way, a re-signing. Anthony Nelson, an edge outside linebacker in the 3-4 scheme, is back on a 2-year deal at $10 million, up to $12 million as the Bucks run it back again with Anthony Nelson. I don't know. I don't have much else there. That's fine. He's a fine player. He's a good depth piece. He can do some different things for you up front. No complaints about it. You add Hassan Reddick. I think edge is still a need for Tampa overall. But, kind of stick poking, like, do something, NFL. Back to Michael here. Thoughts on Kendrick or Gilmore reunion? I'd be down with both. I think Gilmore, his market is not going to be that great. He's old. He's slowing down. He can still play, though. And if you can have a veteran stopgap option in case Diggs takes longer to recover on the outside or Carson doesn't take a step forward, that makes sense to me. So I think Gilmore is a logical fit. Kendricks also makes sense. He's probably the top linebacker left. He's older. He's not going to command the same amount of money. So why not bring him back? And then you can get by for 2 months with Kendricks, Leafau, and a draft pick at linebacker until hopefully Overshown is healthy. Uncle Jerry's gone senile. Who was Big Cat's coach in NCAA 14? Chugs? It wasn't Chugs. It was. That's what that guy looks like. Just the. It wasn't Frank. It was something else. That's what that guy looks like there. Big Cat was not good at the game, by the way. It was pretty funny, which is fine. I don't know. He's not his generation, whatever. Uncle Jerry, chances we sign Stephon Diggs? Possible, but if the Cowboys don't really want to bring back Diggs long term, maybe that negatively impacts them there. I think the receiver market in general has some players out there. It's got Diggs, it's got Lockett, it's got Allen, it's got Amari Cooper, it's got Hopkins, it's got Mike Williams, Elijah Moore. There are guys that can help a team in the market for a veteran wide receiver too. Just haven't seen it happen yet. So I think whether it's Diggs or somebody similar, I think that is something that the Cowboys could end up pursuing there. More supers to come, but the Bengals, awfully quiet today. I thought we might get news on a Tevin Jenkins signing somewhere or somebody somewhere there. What will the Bengals do with Trey Hendrickson? T for trade, P for pay. The trade market has never been more real for Hendrickson. Let's put it that way. T for trade, P for pay. Let me know in the comments of today's show. I think they have a high asking price, and I think part of this is, Trey, go look. You want this. We're going to offer this. Go see if you can get that from somebody that will trade for you. And if you can, and we get the deal we want, we will trade you. The fact that it hasn't, the longer it goes with nothing happening, makes me think the Hendrickson market isn't what he hoped it was going to be. And it kind of just keeps that door cracked ever so slightly for a return on a 3-year, $28 million per year deal or something. That I think could be a possibility. So will the Bengals trade Hendrickson? T for trade, P for pay. Let me know in the comment section of today's show. This is on the Cowboys Report. We are live on that and on Chat Sports as we sit here waiting for shit to happen. Anthony Nelson is back with the Bucs. That's all we got. It's been a very, very quiet day. Jake Foster on the Chat Sports stream. What else do you think my Titans will do? Let's run through their moves so far. It's been a little quiet for Tennessee outside of some signings, some re-signings, and the Dan Moore deal was something. That'll put Jason Latham back at right tackle. I think he'll be better there. Dan Moore was fine as the Steelers' left tackle, and he got $20.5 million per year, which is insane to me. I think that's way too much money. They added Cody Barton to help out at linebacker. They brought back Sebastian Joseph Day, who I like. Edge, receiver 2, quarterback are just glaring needs right now on this Titans team. And with no third-round pick, they cannot address all of them right now. Maybe you can find a younger, veteran-ish edge like do you gamble on Azeez Ojulari if you're Tennessee? Right guard is still an obvious need. Do you try to go after Tevin Jenkins or Will Hernandez? Sounds like they're not in the market for Russ Wilson, Aaron Rodgers, so that leaves Jameis Winston and Mac Jones and Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew, and maybe they just take Cam Ward number 1 overall, and they build the rest of the roster out as they go along. But I think quarterback, receiver 2, there are some veterans that we've mentioned, since Traylon Brooks is a bust at this point. Guard, edge are huge needs for Tennessee. And they're kind of in a bit of a rebuilding phase with this new regime in place. Jourdan, can the Cowboys still salvage his free agency, and how? Yeah, go get a good linebacker who's an actual starting linebacker. That's not like, yeah, we sent him for $3 million and like he's our backup probably. Go get an actual linebacker. Go get a corner, and go get a wide receiver. And then fill out whatever depth pieces you want beyond that. Who cares? You got $40-ish million right now. Pay 7 to 3 of those guys. 8, 3 of those guys in the cap. And there you go. I did it. It's not that hard. You just got to try at it. Dallas Emmett 222 into the mini helmet raffle. Thank you, Dallas Emmett. I believe the front office sees CD as the 1, Tolbert in the slot, Mingo is the 2, like Gallup, meaning Wild a 4th for him. Doesn't mean it's the way we see it, though. And they didn't, they kind of use Lamb in the slot outside, so Tolbert hybrid there's fine. They didn't play Mingo, though. I think there was some friction between the front office and coaching staff, ownership and coaching staff, with Mingo. I think Jonathan Mingo is at his best as a big slot. Put him on crossers, deep ends, let him go over the middle on the run, not into this vertical X that he wasn't good in that role at Ole Miss. He was at his best at Ole Miss as an inside big slot, which the Cowboys kind of already have. Turpin's kind of your gadget guy. I think Lamb is your 1. Go get a real, actual number 2. And then let Tolbert and Mingo and Turpin all kind of rotate and compete in the wide receiver 3 role. That, I think, makes more sense to me. Johnny Chacon, would you take a vet receiver or draft one? I'll take either at this point. I think the draft class probably sorts out pretty well for you to draft one, but I don't want to have to, lock myself into taking one in round 1 or round 2 if the value's not there. Or round 3. I would rather have a vet that's cheapish, 1-year deal, $10 million I can move on from after a season, and I'd rather have too many wide receivers than none. Because right now, if Lamb gets hurt, knock on wood, this team is cooked. I don't have anything at receiver that's good enough there. We are deep into day 2 of NFL free agency. Who do you think will end up signing Russell Wilson? That is probably one of the best free agents left unsigned. I'm looking at my list from day 1. It's like Cam Robinson, and we're looking at Hopkins, Diggs, Amari at wide receiver. Evan Ingram would have made it if he'd done that list before he got cut. Mekhi Becton, Joey Bosa. It's a bad list. So who will end up signing Russell Wilson? Giants, Steelers, Titans. Let's see. Who will end up signing Russell Wilson? I think whoever doesn't get Rodgers feels like very likely for Russ. Which, does that really move the needle at all for you? If you're a Steelers fan or a Giants fan, do either of those, move the needle? I don't know. Vikings would be funny. But I think with Russ, I don't think he wants to go be a potential backup. I don't think he wants that. Titans need a QB, but it almost feels like Tennessee is yeah, we'll just suck. It's fine. We will just embrace the tank and get Arch or take Cam Ward at 1 this year, or we'll be okay being bad. That's kind of like the vibe I get. Who will sign Russell Wilson? Giants, Vikings, Giants, Titans. The Washington Sentinels. It's funny. I like that one. His mom. I think Pittsburgh or the Giants end up picking him up. And both teams go, okay, we're fine for now. And they take one in round 1 or round 2 or round 3. And they don't have great options there. FaZe the Great. Would you get Debo for Jade instead of Higgins? Or why would you get Debo? Well, I think it's because that was who's available. I don't think T was actually available for the Commanders. I don't think the Bengals want to trade him, which I get. I don't think that they really want to. The Bengals want to trade him. I think Debo, with how much Cliff Kingsbury loves that bubble screen play call, like their first down play is just constant bubble screen RPO. Just constant, like, let's call this play. We'll do a bubble screen in the slot, hand it off to Brian Robinson or Austin Eckler. They love that play. So Debo fits that one pretty well. I don't think that's a huge issue there for the Commanders. I just don't think that he was really available. I don't think T's better. Don't get me wrong. He's way better. Commanders would have loved him. I don't think he was on the market though. So I think that kind of like limits your option there. By the way, I do want to make note of this too. Najee Harris, 1 year, $5.25 million deal with the Chargers. That's updated figures there. It's up to 9.25. The base value is only 5.25. So I think that was a pretty good signing there. Read off some of these supers here real quick. If you want to read them off for me there, Chris, while I do a quick message. You can keep me on. Just go ahead and just read off some of the super chats. I got to respond to messages here. We are 3.5 hours in with no news yet. Very, very quiet day around the NFL.
Got a $2 super chat from Vouch Live TV. Vouch, appreciate that so much from you. $5 super chat here from Jesse Wilson saying, I don't see us having a better season this year than last year. Not enough changes being made. What's your take? This coming over on our Cowboys stream. I mean, yeah, it's really tough to see, the additions and the people that have left, the team being any better. But you also have to take into consideration as well, as annoying as it is to hear the excuses from Steven and Jerry and everybody in the Cowboys organization about the injuries, you do have to take that into consideration. Because there were a lot of injuries. You had Tank got injured on the defensive front. You had, your quarterback, Dak Prescott. However you feel about him, he got injured, not very far into the season. So, would the Cowboys have been better last year if they weren't, I'm not going to say plagued by injuries, but had some of those major pieces get injured? Maybe they would have won a couple of more games, but, what they've done so far, I can't see this team, making a deep run into the playoffs, which is ultimately what Cowboys fans want at the end of the day.
It's about being better, and they haven't gotten better yet. All the individual moves are fine, but being better isn't the case right now. Brett Mayfield into the mini helmet raffle. Nico Harrison, Jerry Jones, can't believe this is my life. I mean, I am convinced Luka put a curse on the Mavs. Like, all their guys got hurt. Kyrie got hurt. Everyone's banged up. Even as mad as I am at Jerry Jones, like, the Luka trade is still one of just, like, the most stupid trades ever. Like, okay, you got older and more injury prone trying to replace a guy that you thought wasn't going to stay healthy. So you got a hurt guy in the process. Like, what are you doing out there? Makes no sense to me. Made no sense. Will never make any sense. Because with Luka, you always have the hope of, okay, he's 25. Next year is going to be good too. Now it's like we got old Klay Thompson, old Anthony Davis, old Kyrie Irving. Next year might not be better. Just bad business. Bad business. All right, the recent signings so far in NFL free agency are few and far between. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka heading from the Bucs to the Browns as an edge rusher. Kavante Turpin back with the Cowboys on a 3-year, $18 million deal. Patrick Ricard, a 1-year deal for the fullback side of things. Details TBD, but it is fully guaranteed. Tyrann Mathieu, 1 year up to $7.2 million. That is a restructure with the Saints. Darrington Evans, details TBD for the Bills. Anthony Nelson, 2 years, $10 million to re-sign with the Buccaneers as an edge rusher. And that's all we've got at this point. Don't have a lot of anything else going on right now. In the NFL, has been a very quiet day in free agency. Who is your favorite free agent left? Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Who is your favorite NFL free agent left? You can give some shout-outs here for me, Chris, while I respond here real quick.
For sure. I see Blaze Locke saying Russ over on the main Chat Sports stream. Andrew saying Diggs. Not sure which one there, but Campbell, Bosa, Lockett, Amari. Seeing Rodgers, Russ, Cooper Kupp. I feel like Kupp, Diggs, Russ are like the biggest names. Amari out there as well. Asante Samuel.
Kupp when he gets cut in theory, but he's not a free agent yet.
Yeah.
But it kind of feels like that's the path we're going to go on there.
Yeah. Why? I had this question earlier, just in my head. I didn't ask. Why would a team put out there that, oh, we're going to cut this guy if we can't trade him? What is the process in that?
So they originally said they're going to trade him, that they wanted to find a trade partner. I think what it's gone for the Rams is, the second they signed Davante Adams, like, okay, this is not going to be the path for Kupp. So it comes down to last chance, come trade for him before we cut him, please, desperately. The trend this year has been we are listening to trade offers on so and and all those guys got cut. Allen got cut, Rayshon Jenkins got cut. Davante Adams got cut. All those guys, we're listening to trade offers on them, send them in, of like a, no one seems to have any interest in those guys and their contracts. So it's kind of like, we'll see.
It just seems they lose. I mean, I get that, but it just seems they lose their.
Yes. I think in the end, from the Schefter report was not the Rams leaking it, and more of like NFL teams go, they're going to cut him if they don't trade him. So the report of they're not keeping him on his contract. He's not going to take a pay cut to stay. So at that point, it's like if they're not going to do anything, he's just going to get cut. So that's kind of where they're at this point. All right, favorite NFL free agent left. What's that? Deontay Johnson. I am not in on that one.
We got one.
A signing?
Juwan Johnson to the Saints.
It's something. Juwan Johnson re-signing. Where'd you see that one at?
Jordan Schultz.
Oh, why is it not popping on my timeline?
3 years, $30 million.
Refresh this. He's on my list. Did he block me?
Unless it's some weird Twitter bug.
Oh, there it is. Okay, there it is. I'm like, he didn't block me. I mean, I'm outside of Starbucks if he did. Juwan Johnson back to the Saints, a 3-year, $30 million deal. There it is again. Saints are in cap hell. They signed someone at $10 million per year. Johnson off the board for other teams that might have had interest. I think Denver would have made a lot of sense there with the Sean Payton overlap there. Feel like Evan Ingram ends up being a Bronco whenever that timeline ends up happening. But Juwan Johnson back to the Saints on a 3-year deal worth over $30 million per year. We have traction in NFL free agency finally at long last, which is just long overdue. Long overdue. Favorite free agent left. See Nick McLeod. It's a fun one. How do the Saints have money? Seriously. Because the cap's not like actually real. It's very fungible if you do the right things for it. But also like they can do that because they restructure Derek Carr. And that's like, I think the Saints in particular, Saints fans, maybe you agree or disagree, it's fine. The Saints are like the, hey, maybe they should have like actually like tore it down team. Like they just keep kind of like running it back with just a little bit less talent every single year. Just a little bit less talent here. A little bit less talent there. Yeah, we got Chase Young cheap, then we paid him big money. Juwan Johnson was cheap, then we paid him big money. I don't like it that much. I think the Saints should have totally tore it down. So I think Jonathan G's right. Their ceiling is like 8 to 9 wins, something like that. And then it's just kind of like just tear it down, blow it up, and actually rebuild, bottom out, go get Garrett Nussmeier or Arch or whatever. Both guys have ties to the team, and be happy. I just think kind of just like at a certain point, you don't actually want to kick the can down anymore. You can do it every year, but it becomes is this actually smart enough? I don't know. Peter Zampino, Diggs, Amari, Cup to Dallas contract lengths. I think we're going to a 1 or 2 year deal max. I think all those guys are kind of like to resets their market value, boost their market value, and kind of see how things play out. I don't think they want to pursue this like 3-year, $45 million deal. I don't think that's what they want to do. I think they'd rather have a cheaper contract if they sign a free agent receiver and then potentially draft somebody too if the value is right. That's my mindset there. All right. We will have more coverage for you on Chat Sports and on NFL Daily. Hit that sub button. YouTube.com/Cowboys TV. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV. Someone says to sign the Huck to a girl. Isn't she canceled because she did a crypto pump and dump scheme?
I think she did the smart move and just didn't comment about it at all.
But she did do it, right?
I don't know.
I don't. Look, this is. I think I should put this is not financial advice disclaimer. But if you're like doing a meme coin of a 15-second of fame person, I'll be honest, you deserve to lose your money. Come on, that's no. What are you doing out there? Like, don't be silly.
I think she got away with it.
Don't of course you did something dumb. Like, what did you expect was going to happen? That was gonna be a good financial long-term investment? No, don't spend your money on that. Let's spend your money on this instead. Super chat menu: $5. Talk about your team. $10. The mini helmet raffle. $20. No one's done a Venmo 50-50 raffle, so I think we're gonna not do that one today. I've got room for one more beer bong. $50 super chat for that one, and I'll put 2 minutes here on the timer. As long as the supers come in, we will stay live. But once those supers stop, at this point in the day, I think it's time to end the live streams on Cowboys and on the NFL side of it. JT, a $5 super chat. Do you predict any more outside free agent signings for the Cowboys and who? 2 minutes on the clock. As long as these supers come in, we will keep doing those. I think corner would be great. I would love to get something at corner. Izzy's your internal option. They don't like Samuel's length. I think that could be a red flag for them. But, Can you buy low on a Jonathan Jones who's got inside-outside flex, which you kind of need? Is Eric Stokes a buy low option as a former first-round pick? Is Benjamin St. Juste the lengthy corner that you like? Something like that. I think linebacker is a pretty big need for the Cowboys right now. That's something that they should probably find a way to pursue. Whether that's EJ Speed or Eric Kendricks or even lower-end Jack Sanborn. I think that's something that should be pursued. And then I think receiver, another area of let's get something in here. And then you don't have to necessarily just reach for somebody. Please don't notch. We'll reset the timer for 2 minutes right now. Rams doing what the Mavs did to Luka with Cooper Kupp. Are they, though? Cooper Kupp is not the same guy. Luka's comparison in terms of NFL free agency or trade is like Jamar Chase or something. He's an elite playmaker. I don't see it as really similar at all, frankly. I think that Kupp's going to get cut, and he'll find a team that wants to pay him, and he'll probably be solid for them. There was a $1 super chat that came in from Squall Loves Riona VC. So appreciate that, Squall. No comment, but thank you very much there. Xavier Worthy Burner. 2 more minutes on the clock here. Extend Micah 6 years, $22 million. Let me check. So that is a 37. You got to bump that figure up. He's not going to sign 6 years for less than 40. You got to bump that figure up. But the end result's the same. Tyler Smith, extend to him for 4 years, $84 million. That's 21. You're probably somewhat in the ballpark there. Extend Aubrey, Stephon Diggs, 1 year, 9. Mike Hilton, 2 years, 18. I actually am kind of worried that Mike Hilton's borderline cooked. The Bengals did not trust him in coverage last year, which you fill your nickel spot, so that's fine. And then Kendricks, 1 year, 5. So, might disagree on the money, but that's not a big deal there. I think the overall plan, keep Micah, Tyler Smith, Aubrey, Stephon Diggs, Hilton, Kendricks. You're knocking off some of your bigger needs there and not preventing yourself from drafting a corner as well. So I don't mind that one at all. Liam Tucker will put 2 minutes on the clock here. Daniel Jones making $14 million. I guess Cooper Rush could ask for 20 now. Fair or not, and it's not fair, Daniel Jones is going to make a lot more than Cooper Rush is. Rush is not going to get $20 million. NFL teams, because of the first-round pedigree, still think Daniel Jones could be a thing, which I don't really understand. I don't think Daniel Jones is any good. I've seen him never actually be a good NFL quarterback. He's never been good. He's had some good games, but he's never been a consistently good quarterback in the NFL. So I don't really get it. The interest in Daniel Jones. Rush is a backup. He'll get 5 or 6. He'll probably get like the Zach Wilson contract maybe, which maybe a little bit less because Wilson's got first-round pedigree as well. I don't really get what the Daniel Jones interest is. All right, Jake, we'll reset the timer here after we get to Rajonic's super. Been on all day and yesterday. Appreciate Tom. Thank you, Jake. I appreciate that. Better round 1 position target, quarterback, cornerback, or wide receiver. Is Golden the possibility if we trade back, or is he gone by 15? I think all of your trade back targets, whether it's a defensive tackle, an offensive lineman, a wide receiver, a corner, whatever, there is the possibility all of those guys are gone from when you trade down to when you pick it 15, 18, 20, 21, whatever it ends up being. That's just how this draft class is going to be. There will be guys who go off the board. So I would not assume that the guy you're trading down for is there. You'd have to have a bunch of different guys that you have interest in. Corner, tight end, I'm fine with or corner receiver, excuse me. I'm fine with either of those guys. Golden, Will Johnson at corner, or Barron, Will Johnson at corner. Golden, Ibuka, Burden, receiver. I think all those are viable options for the Dallas Cowboys. All right, 2 more minutes on the clock here for Marjanic, as we'll reset it with the final Super Chat, for now at least. Where do the Raiders go? Round 1, round 2 with Geno Smith. I want to see what else the Raiders elect to end up doing this offseason. But receiver is an obvious need. They've got Trey Tucker and Jacoby Myers, so T-Mac could be in play in round 1. Running back is an obvious need, so Ashton Genty could be in play in round 1. I think a linebacker is actually kind of an under-the-radar massive hole for them. They brought back Adam Butler. I think safety, to an extent, is still kind of a need, but maybe they love Isaiah Malu. I think corner is still an obvious need for them, so that could be maybe more of a round 2 option. Marion Hampton could be a round 2 pick for the Raiders if he's there, or it's Quinshad Judkins, Travion Henderson with the Chip Kelly connection there. I think corner, linebacker, running back, receiver are kind of like their main, we need this spot, and there may or may not be a guy that fits for them in that range. So let me sip some more hydration fluid here. JT, $20 super chat. That's 2 entries into the mini helmet raffle. Appreciate that, JT. What's it going to take to make the Cowboys fans happy? From previous years, this has been light years different. I know it's not saying much, but I'm so happy to see something outside of the norm. Well, I think you kind of answered your own question. I know it's not saying much. The bar is really low. It's not the same bar as other NFL teams tend to try to handle, to operate in. So I think the big issue for the Cowboys is okay, cool, they did some stuff, but did they get better in free agency? I think so far, it's a pretty clear no. They have not actually gotten better in free agency. They've done more, but more isn't enough in the end. The individual moves are fine. I don't have a ton of complaints about that. But when your big splash is less than $5 million in 2025, at some point, you're going to kind of get what you pay for. And that's been the Cowboys' issue for a while now. Xavier Worthy Burner will put 2 minutes here on the clock. Says, Osa left money on the table for us to do nothing. I need a receiver. I need a linebacker. I need another defensive lineman. I need a corner. I still need stuff. I doubt they go after a running back. I doubt they go after a guard. That's fine. I need defensive linemen. I need linebackers. I'd love to get another DT or an edge. I need a corner. I need a receiver. I need a lot of stuff. And I've got 3 top, 149 picks. I can't fill it all there. So, Osa was... Look at the Milton Williams contract. That was less than he would have got on the open market. I told you guys, he was going to get 25 plus on the open market. That's kind of how it goes. But to not have more added is just kind of okay. 1 minute left on the clock here. Then we will sign off with today's live coverage. Jeremy McNichols, another signing, if we can call it as such. A 1-year deal, no details on McNichols. Back to the Commanders. That's probably going to be, whenever you see no contract details, it means the agent didn't love what he got for his player. So they're going to leave that one out. And it'll be 1 year, $1.5 million, something like that. So there is your latest signing on a day in which hasn't had a whole lot actually going on. We are almost at the 2-minute timer. So if we get more super chats here in a little bit, we'll stay live. But coming up next, it is time for us to do our race for the mini helmet giveaway. Ooh, we got one more here. Hold off on it. We'll go to Michaela Ismami, which don't know if I can say out loud, but I did anyway there. So we'll put 2 more minutes on the timer here. And as the supers come in, we'll stay live. Otherwise, we'll let other people take over the studio and knock out more stuff. And maybe something fun happens for us. And it's not just a bunch of the same old nonsense of nothing else actually happening here. Michaela Ismami and Jake Cudd are both in for the Venmo or for the raffle. So Jake put in 2 5s. We'll count that there. Michaela, what do you think about sending a power back, i.e. A.J. Dillon, Dobbins, or Gus Edwards, then drafting a Marion Hampton or a Bashal Tootin in the later rounds and signing Mike Hilton in the slot for the Steelers? It's a solid plan. I kind of think that, like, Tootin is kind of an overlap with Jaylen Warren because you have Warren. I think you want one running back, and that could be, like, Gus Edwards as your power back and Jaylen Warren. I like that plan. And if Hampton falls to you, I don't want to take him in. If you're taking Hampton in round 1, you probably don't need the Gus Bus or Dillon or Dobbins. You're probably fine there because he's a really good player. But if you go like, sign the Gus Bus, have Jaylen Warren, have Cordero Patterson, Tootin filled in the 5th, sweet. That's fine. Like at that point, I'm like mostly on board. That's not a huge issue. I think it's a good plan at running back. And I think a Mike Hilton reunion just makes sense for Pittsburgh. I don't know how much Hilton has left in the tank. I'm kind of concerned on that front. But I think it fills a need, and it's a player that the Steelers know quite well. So Michaela is in to the mini helmet raffle. If you can, I'll put her in there. Oh, you're just doing it manually? Sweet. Jake Cudd is also in, or Q'd, however you pronounce it. Forgot it was 10. We will combine them. Single favorite pick at 12 is of like the realistic names. I'll give you a couple here. I like Will Johnson, the cornerback from Michigan. I think he's awesome. And I like T-Mac out of Arizona. And I think like some other realistic names, like maybe more realistic, like I like Luther Burden. I don't know why he's not going in round 1 mock drafts anymore. That's weird to me. He's good at football. Like, why is he falling? I don't really get that one. I think Barron is an awesome player. I had Barron as a first-round grade before he ran that awesome 40-yard dash at the Combine. So all that did was like make me go, okay, I'm right. He is a good football player. So any of those guys, and then there's like a long list of like trench players that like I'd be on board with from, I don't love Mike Williams at 12, but that's kind of the draft class. Armand Membu, I'm a big fan of. That's kind of my. I think you can get a good player at 12. This might not be a steal, like Lamb player at 12. Peter Zampino, $5 super chat. Now we will put 2 minutes on the clock here as we are live on the Cowboys Report and on the Chat Sports simulcast stream here. You ain't done yet, Peter says. The Cowboys look at free agency for a backup quarterback. Also, what's the best case scenario for the rest of free agency for the Cowboys? Look, I see Mac Jones, Jameis Winston, Jacoby Brissett, Gardner Minshew, Drew Lock, Cooper Rush, Marcus Mariota, Case Keenum. Like, the backup quarterback market is not good. At that point, I'm kind of like in the let's just go ahead and bring back Cooper Rush. Like that's probably fine. Best case scenario, they go get a receiver. Diggs, Lockett, Cooper, Hopkins, insert your name. They go get an interior lineman, even a cheap option like Byron Cowarts, Taquan Graham. God, it's such a bad group, man. Naquan Jones, Mike Pinnell, Roy Lopez. It's a bad group. Just add somebody there. You go get an edge. Zadarius Smith, Von Miller, Emmanuel Ogba, Kayvon Chasen, get something else on like an actual pass rusher on the outside. Jourdan, Uche. Linebacker, you go get Eric Kendricks, Shaq Thompson, EJ Speed. Settle if you need to for Jack Sanborn, and a corner. I need a corner right now. I don't have enough. So Fuller, Samuel, Gilmore, Douglas, Jonathan Jones. Give me something at that point. We will reset the timer again. We'll do a minute and a half now. From K. Receiver pick at 12. I could see us getting a running back in round 2 like Scadaboo or Caleb Johnson. I think Caleb Johnson was before Cam Scadaboo. Look, there was a reason that Cameron Scadaboo did not run a 40-yard dash. He was going to run it in the low 4.5s, high 4.6s. He wasn't going to be fast. And that's okay. You know that going in. He's not a superstar speedy player. That's not the end of the world. I love Luther Burden. I don't get the lack of interest in him unless there's something off the field I don't know about. That's weird to me. I would like to get something at receiver, round 1, round 2. If you could trade down, get somebody as well, sweet. And there's a lot of running backs, a lot of receivers, round 1, round 2 that fit. Burden and T-Mac if he's there somehow, and Golden and Abuka and Jack Besh and both Iowa State guys and Trey Harris and Elike Omenor, all those guys on day 2. And running back, you got, Genti was there at 12, which seems a bit unlikely right now for me. We'll see how it plays out. Hampton and Scadaboo and Johnson, both Ohio State guys. Dylan Sampson. You can probably find somebody solid at both those spots in round 1 and round 2 / round 3. Kyle C. What do the Niners do at this point? We'll put a minute and a half on the timer here. Good question. Pay Brock Purdy? Kind of feels like the Niners, and in particular that front office, doesn't want to spend the same amount of cash they have previously. They've lost a lot of players. Jalen Moore is gone. That's fine for what he got. Elijah Mitchell's gone. That's fine for what he got. I think Dre Greenlaw is still a good player, but he's coming off injury, so I kind of get it there. The Debo trade, cost him a lot of money. That's fine. Hafunga's been banged up. Okay. I think Aaron Banks got overpaid by Green Bay. Charvarius Ward, I think, is also a loss, but they couldn't control it. He did not want to be in the Bay Area anymore after his off-the-field tragedy, so I get that. That's just the human aspect that you can't control. You've cut Floyd. You've cut Hargrave. I think at some point soon, they'll be able to, go after Joey Bosa and kind of lock that one up, so to speak. But Bosa stands out. But then it's like, you got to draft well. You got early picks for the first time in a long time. I think that's probably a key focal point for San Francisco. All right, we will do the race here for the mini helmet. There's, 80, almost 85 entries? 84, something like that. We're in that ballpark there. Winner gets a mini helmet for their favorite team. Let's race here. All right, let me sip some drink here while this goes. Of course, it's running slow. It's always going slow. Mine in real slow today, though, unfortunately. All right, race is underway. To close out of the YouTube side. Next time I think do that. That's probably why it's slow. We got Brandon Hanna with the Statue of Liberty Duck in first place. Michaela with the Inigo Montoya. That's what I'm calling it. It's not what it actually is. It's not the character's name for the Princess Bride, but I'm going to call it that anyway. Or Zorro, maybe. Maybe call it the Zorro Duck. Those two guys are in first place. I guess, Michaela's not a guy, so those two people are in first place. Anthony McMillan with Spider-Man Duck. I don't know how legal issues play out there, but that's fine. Spider-Man Duck now slowing down. 6 seconds left. Different Anthony McMillan making a charge. It's a late charge. Anthony McMillan, first and second place. I've got Anthony's email. I'll double check that his shipping is the same. But Anthony comes out on top for the Cowboys mini helmet. Appreciate that, Anthony. I've also got to ship out the mini helmet today for Christopher Gary. So, Christopher, Anthony, I'll ship out your mini helmets later tonight. We will sign off here on both the Cowboys Report and on the Chat Sports live streams. Appreciate everyone who tuned in. We will have Update look at the top NFL free agents, so stay tuned for that one. Do not miss out on any of our NFL updates here on the Cowboys Report or on Chat Sports. I'm going to do one refresh. Make sure there is no new news, and there is not. A very quiet day in free agency. So do not go anywhere. More coverage here on the channels throughout the next couple of days. Make sure you guys are locked in. As Daniel said, the duck race was more exciting than free agency. It's how it goes sometimes. We'll see you guys again tomorrow.